Hi everyone, welcome to this virtual session on category management in procurement. Friends, we stand on the threshold of a new age, I can call it. As Dr. Saroj was saying around, we're talking of resilience, we're talking of transparency, we're talking end-to-end connections. The old paradigm, if you talk of 70s, since I've seen all 4-5 generations, 40s, 50s, 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever I've seen around, if I go to 70s and 80s or 90s, even 2000, I would call, the focus was cost reduction, cost efficiencies. But now the recent lesson is coming around, no guys, it is not the cost alone. Resilience is much more important now. So I think this has brought a lot of subject on what is the future of procurement also. And particularly after this recent coronavirus issues around, everybody's talking, what is the future of procurement? So I would say this word has popped up many times. If any news you read around, the future of supply chain, the future of procurement is popping up every day. So what we are looking around today is we are looking for value addition. It is not simple the price. I mean, cost reduction is important. The saving, don't underestimate me. Cost saving is important, but the value addition, innovation, end-to-end visibility, and particularly when I say end-to-end visibility, we are not only linking up to tier 1 supplier. I also want to link around tier 2, tier 3. And I'll give you my experience when I was based in the US and we were trying to outsource to China. And then my experience also what we had around. We were all the time limiting up to tier 1. And then we never saw what tier 2 does, what tier 3 does, and which are equally important around in the ecosystem of supply chain. Now, if I look in the last few years, we have been all the time talking of strategic sourcing. I came back to India from the US in 2010. Hardly any company was talking of strategic sourcing. But again, I can say from 2012, 13, 14, there was a big wave. And my data is based on because I'm connected with around 26,000 members. So we tried to get the feedback around strategic sourcing started picking up and became very popular. I think many companies, many of you are working with strategic sourcing. But the concept of strategic sourcing was a little misguided, I would say. Strategic sourcing does not mean only consolidation. Some people think, oh, I'm consolidating it, I'm doing strategic sourcing. Obviously, by consolidation, you're getting a leverage. I agree with that. But strategic sourcing goes a little more than that. And now in the strategic sourcing, the key focus has been total cost of ownership. It is not the lowest price alone, it is the TCO. And I can tell you many number of companies with whom I worked on the strategic sourcing, very popular, I would say still very popular concepts. Whenever we do training on strategic sourcing, we get a very big response. But now after this COVID-19, I think the category management is picking up. So I would say the category management is the next evolution of strategic sourcing. The beauty of this one is it covers end-to-end. You're also involved in demand planning. While in strategic sourcing, you're not involved. So you're also involved in demand planning. You're also involved, you're using strategic sourcing as a tool for sourcing. But then you go one step further. You're also managing supplier management. So this is where I'm calling around end-to-end. So that means you are, as a category manager, you are also involved in the demand part. You're also involved, obviously, you're using strategic sourcing as a tool, but then you're also involved in supplier management. So it covers more end-to-end. So that's a key I would call around. And then you're also involved with the stakeholders in a big way. So stakeholder means if somebody has given me the specs around, I'm not happy with it. I know I can find better specs around, save my money around. I'll deal with the stakeholders. And I'll try to see if I can have the optimal specification. I can do value engineering also. So this is how I find category management is much bigger in terms of domain. And the way I look around is going to be the future. I know people are talking of digitalization now. So whenever we talk of COVID-19, the first thing comes transparency. Transparency means we need digitalization, fine. But if I do digitalization of my existing process, which are outdated, I think I'm wasting my time. So I need to do effective category management first. then get into digitalization. Now, the word category management, if I look around, I was in 86, 87, heading the supply chain of UN. I was based in Copenhagen. That's the time I was very much actively involved in this. The concept came of procurement should be supply management. Peter Krasik said around. Everybody followed that. And then soon came the concept of end of 80s, strategic sourcing became very popular. And we also implemented it. I have a hands-on experience of implementing for $15 billion procurement. But my limitation that time was data, data, data. Spend data was very difficult to collect. So in short, we started it, but we didn't get much success, let me tell you, in 80s. In 90s, when we came with a much better technology, better coding system, better spend data around, we could do something on strategic sourcing. Now we are talking of, and the category management also terminology came up in the end of 80s, but more popular with the retail business. Retail business, if I'm in the trading business, I want to club my item. Okay, these are apparel, these are vegetable, these are beauty items, these are these items. I need a category approach. So it basically started category management philosophy, which is still used in the department stores, e-commerce, they use it category. But if I say on the procurement side, it started in the beginning of 90s. And to begin with, it was auto industry. And auto industry not in Japan, but in America. So both auto companies were Japanese company, Honda and Toyotas, and they were based in US. They were just trying to launch their products in 80s in there. So they came up with the concept of category. The concept of category means in strategic sourcing, I'm limiting to my own unit, my own organization unit. But category management means if I've got 5 plants. In one plant, I'm making one product. In another plant, I'm making another version of vehicle. Third plant, I'm making another version of vehicle. Items are similar. The first plant is also buying the piston from the same company. Second plant is also buying piston from the same company. The third plant is also buying from that. My problem was also same. I was working with United Technology. So we had many units around 8 or 9 units. Each one was buying independently from that. Those days, the model was decentralized to a lot extent. Then we thought, guys, this guy is buying worth around $100 million. I'm buying worth $50 million from the same supplier. So why not we consolidate together? Why not we make a category like that? So this is a concept came around in category management. So beginning was with auto. Now I think it has picked up in pharma and other companies as well. So well, friend, with this, let me start what I plan to cover up. And let me give you the agenda, what I've kept in mind. We are dividing this whole thing into 4 parts, 4 sessions. So you all have got the agendas, I'm sure. So I'll try to stick with that. Each agenda, I'll try to give around an hour. And then once we have gone through it, and to give me the confidence and to you, we will have a poll question to understand each other whether we have understood what we have learned. So after each session, we have a poll. And then after 2 hours, we'll have a 15 minutes break for the coffee. Then followed by another 2 hours, 2 more sessions, session 3 and session 4. We will also talk of digitalization to some extent. But then we have 4 sessions, then followed by Q&A. So this is what we are keeping in mind. Although we have kept the time scheduled up to 2:30, 2:15, but I'm at your requirements. If you feel it needs to be extended, I'll be very happy to do it. Well, friend, let's get down to the. So the learning objective, which I have kept around, which I'm sure you got around, the key takeaways around understanding the journey and evolution. And category management stands at the end of this evolution. And if I do digitalization, then certainly it becomes the end of the whole chain. What is category management? Why important around? Difference between category management and strategic sourcing. Some of you are already working on strategic sourcing. The way I have understood in India, they think strategic sourcing is consolidation alone. I think it is something much more than that. I'll touch on that part. Practical approach to implement category management. How do we implement it? But let's not forget the spend is a foundation. Spend is the heart of the whole, both activities around. Strategic sourcing and category management. The heart is spend. If your spend data is not good, data analytics is not done well, this will not give you the desired results around. And same discussion we had yesterday with World Bank and the Government of India. We had around 100 people. Secretary also was there around, Secretary Economic Affairs. World Bank directors were there, and around 100 people were there. Everybody came up that India needs to improve two things, technology and data. And then the question came, how much is the public sector procurement around? Somebody said $500 billion, and this figure I'm hearing for the last 3 years. I said, we cannot even come out with what is the spend of the whole country. We can't tell the spend of each sector by sector. We scratch our head and tell some figures here and there. The reason being, we don't have a proper coding system. And that's a project I'm very actively involved, based on my experience of UNSPSC, which was my baby. Now what we have done, based on UNSPSC, we have developed national coding system with the NIC department. Now the question is to launch it all over India basis. The data which is collected from Tamil Nadu, the data which is collected from UP, although they're writing English, but the texts are different. You can't make any head and tail when you combine the two data around. I've gone through the data myself, and I can say the data codification is important. The coding is very, very important. Otherwise, spend whatever you're trying to pull out may not be very correct. So we'll touch on that part, the long-term gains of the category management. And lastly, I will touch to some extent digitalization. I can't miss it because everybody's talking of COVID-19. Dr. Saroj also sounded on this part. So I thought I'll touch on this part. So the broad focus which we have, objective we have, from an operation focus to a business focus. I'm using the word business focus. It is not operation that I have to finish my job. I've got a list of items, get those items, finish. No, I want to go into the business focus. Business means I'm looking at the top line also and the bottom line also. Normally when we talk of strategic sourcing, we talk of bottom line. Now I'm getting into the category management. And category management means for a particular category, I'm like a mini CEO of that particular category. I'm handling it like a business. I have to look at the top line also. How can I help the revenue? I'll come to those examples also. So we are becoming proactive than reactive. That's the bottom line which I see from category management. Now let's see first very thing about, I will touch on a little bit about procurement. Procurement is always a misconception. Now why I take this example, which is, I know some of you must have seen earlier also. People have a confusion, the zebra, is it having a white color with a black strip or is it black with a white strip? So this confusion is all the time there because if you look at the belly of the zebra, it has got white. So people think it is a white with a black strip, but technically it's a black with a white strip. Same concept, misconception is about procurement also. Procurement is always thought is not a difficult task. Anybody can do it. What is it about procurement? Get 3 quotations, lowest price, end of the job. And the mindset even in the private sector, I know in the public sector it is there. Even in the private sector, they say, have you got 3 offers around? Which is the best ones? So they don't think procurement is a function. And to some extent, people think it's a necessary evil, especially in the private sector when it comes to buying services. Those of you who are dealing with services, I had gone to a very big company, I don't want to tell the name around, they were buying services, software. And I'm head of procurement and services, the guy who's dealing with IT guy, that guy has dealt with the supplier already, made discussion, even the specs have come from the supplier. And now when you come, the specs have come from the supplier. Now I have been asked as a procurement guy to go and get the procurement done, do the negotiation. What can I do? Everything is cooked already, and now I'm becoming like a necessary evil. So this is what I've seen in a very top company in India also. Procurement is a back office. It is a service support control function. And again, I'm touching it up, indirect procurement, which is still, correct me if I'm wrong, I have seen hundreds of companies in the last, whatever you can say, 8 or 9 years. I've worked with them on different activities around. Indirect procurement is still, the budget holder thinks that this is their activity. Procurement is only involved because they have to make a PO. So they think it is still necessary evil type thing, and they control it all. I'm not saying that we have to take the ownership. We have to work as a collective. I'm not questioning that part. We have to work with the stakeholders. But the way the chain works, it leads to some problems around. Okay, guys, the traditional procurement you all know very well, starts from the specs. Traditionally, when I talk of very tactical procurement, we take the specs as it is. We develop the contract terms, which are already designed as a standard terms. While these should be changed depending on the supplier. If I know this supplier I'm dealing first time, and I have a possibility of risk in this, I should add extra terms around. Now, the source, the market. Now, sourcing is one thing, but when we come to category, we talk of market intelligence part. I'll get back to that more. So that means when I'm trying to compare when we come to the category. In category management, I look at the specs also. If required, I can get the specs changed in consultation with my stakeholders. So when it comes to the terms and condition, I can also have a role there to change it. Sourcing, I will do market intelligence. Who are my competitors? What are things going around? My role is changing there. Then analyzing part, negotiation part, award part. But here, when we come to the category part, I'm only giving the long-term arrangements around. So guys, this is where the whole story started wrongly, I would call it. Those who went to the business school in 80s like me, or 70s, or 80s, or 90s, we were always told procurement in the value chain is like a support function. Technology is a support function. What are the core primary activities? Inbound logistic operations. The focus in 70s, 80s, 90s, is all on operation. So when we go with this, procurement becomes a support function. And if I'm working in a company like Apple, operation is totally outsourced. So that means outsourcing means procurement gets into the bigger picture. So procurement becomes the core function. They control the whole purse. So the whole chain gets disturbed around. So the Porter value chain, when it was designed, it was a wonderful tool, particularly when we were vertically integrated. If I'm working in a company like Ambassador in those days, it was a vertically integrated, hardly any ecosystem. Ecosystem was only providing me some spare parts here and there, but everything was done in-house. So procurement was just a very basic support function. But now I would say this model also needs a change. So this is how I see the trends around. Starting with 90s or even earlier, price, then we came to the cost management part. Strategic sourcing was total cost of ownership. Category management is all about value, and now we are becoming purely value management. So value management, here we come the digitalization, everything comes into this chain. So this is how we look at the trend. If I say, with my experience in India, strategic sourcing is also still not at the top end. I think Mr. Muralidharan, who has been very himself practicing for many years in India, we still are struggling in between. Some companies who are calling strategic sourcing, it is not the state of art. If I had to give a ranking, 5 out of 5, those who are doing complete on the value management. So that means 5 out of 5, very few names. Auto companies are really moving faster into this. Pharma companies are moving faster into this. Other companies, we are still in between. And those who are doing indirect procurements, and who are doing MROs items, they are still far behind in terms of maturity. So their score, if I have to give in a very generic way, it won't be more than 3 out of 5. Think of a company, again a very big company, I worked with them. Their plant was 30 years back, but they want the same spare parts. It's just like asking that, okay, guy, I got 30 years back my ambassador card, I want same piston. And somebody say, guys, come on, I'll change the whole engine for you at that cost. So this was the thinking I had, and I'm still struggling with that company around. So that's a mindset we have. Okay, guys, so we have the whole chain when we start from technical to strategic part in terms of in the very beginning, old fashioned, you ask the price, haggle the price, that's all. Then was the price harmonization. This is how changes were going around. Then historical analysis, oh, what did we pay last year's around? What we are paying this year? Oh, it is better price, go ahead, place the order. Then we said, no, we need to do comparative. Then we said, next step came price list. Can you find the prices of this around? Create competition. Cost analysis. Now the cost analysis has picked up in a big way. And we are working for one company around, which is e-commerce company. They came with even a new concept around called clean sheeting. So they came with the concept of clean sheeting. I said, I'm not getting into the cost of X company, which may be inefficient company. I don't care. You tell me the raw material price, you tell me this, rejection rate this, my cost is so much. He said, if you have to start the plant from scratch today, what will be the cost? Clean sheeting. So then come the cost improvement analysis around value engineering, target costing. So this one example I would like to give around the cost improvement analysis part. We were doing a contract for as a consulting work for Dell Malaysia, and they were trying to come with a new project called hybrid model, and the prices are already fixed by the competition. Their competitor was X company. Their price was $1,100 in the market. So we worked backward. So $1,100 is a market price which people can afford to pay, and procurement component was 80%. So the chief of procurement was given, guys, okay, we can give you $900 and we are going to make 1 million laptops. You get it done the way you want. You have to get the chip from Intel, you have to get from this, you have to get the motherboard. You distribute the price, but I want within $900. So the costing was more of a target type. So this is where the whole thing is evolving around. Now look at the scorecard around. If I go back a few years back, supplier assurance, which is still important. I'm not saying that. Otherwise, my line will stop. Supply assurance is very important, which I know we suffered in the month of March, April around. And that's where we learned that we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Price reduction, but price reduction with the same type of technologies, same type of production. If I'm a plant, I've got a plant around, I've got same technology, I cannot squeeze from 66 to 33 and then you ask me to make it 25. My whole flesh is gone. Then we came with the concept of TCOs. Demand management is becoming very important around because sometimes people sitting in the R&D department or design department, they make specifications without looking at there are alternatives available around. So that means if I talk of the category managers, they can play a key role in the demand. And I can explain my own examples, which I still remember around. We were making around 1.2 million refrigerators in Voltas on a yearly basis. Handles used to be made of brass, chrome plated, with 10% rejection rates. We changed the material because the feedback came from the suppliers, guys, now the new material has come, ABS, acrylic butadiene styrene. And that can cut down the cost from 35 rupees per piece to 15 rupees around. So 20 rupees multiplied by the number you can think of would have covered the salary of the whole department. So the demand part also, what specs has to come, what changes have to come, should I buy this first or should I buy this? I think that role you guys can play a key role around. So that is becoming important. And category management people have to play a role on that, which India did not see much, honestly, I tell you. The reason being, the many of the category managers are not technically expert. They're still coming with the old thinking of procurement. So if you are technically smart, procurement-wise you are smart, then combining the two, you can do a great job on demand part. Then the value management. So the value management is also becoming very important nowadays. You can see the area which is growing is value, demand, and category is a wonderful tool, I would say, prescription to get into this. Now here is the way we can say around, we are the cops of the business. Yes, if 70%, 80%, even in the auto company, I would say procurement, and if I take the whole supply chain, covers 75% of the whole expenses. Some people used to hate procurement. They think it's a necessary evil, as I tell you, but not now. And after COVID-19, I can talk, I know if you can tell me your feedback, the importance of procurement has gone up during COVID-19. Whenever there's a crisis, the importance of procurement goes up. When the crisis goes away, things are normal, then nobody listens to procurement people. Nobody wants any change. So I think it is becoming a ticket to C-suite. An example is very good. We have the head of Apple. He came from supply chain, procurement, that background and all. So that's the way I can look around. That's the way future is. So I will still feel those who are young people into this career, this is a wonderful career to grow up yourself as a supply chain leader. Well, let's get back to the category. Now here, all of you know very well, when I group the item, which are of similar nature, similar traits, then we call them as groups. And that group we could call as a category. Travel services, legal services, courier services, foundry item, machining items, whichever you call around, electronic items. So that way you can make the categories. Now, when we talk about category management, it's a structured approach. You need to have the guidelines set in place. It's a data driven, as I said to you. Spend analysis, spend analytics is the foundation of this. So this is how I look around. I think I'll skip few things around. So category management versus strategic sourcing. Two are separate but related processes. Keep in mind. Category management uses strategic sourcing as a tool for sourcing. So category management is a much bigger game, while strategic sourcing is a baby of it. This is where I said in the last one, category management as a parent. You are the mini CEO of the category. You're using strategic sourcing as its child. You're using demand management as its child. So this is how I would like to differentiate the two things. So I would say it's the next step. So those of you who are doing strategic sourcing, the next evolution is category management. If you come to the examples part of it, as I said to you, pharma, auto, they are moving fast into this. Other industries still have not come to the strategic sourcing also. So until they come to the strategic sourcing, next level will be this. This is how we look around. You have strategic sourcing in the center, acquisition. On the left side, I'm showing demand management. So in the demand, I'm also looking at the risk part. I'm also looking at the spend part. I'm also looking at the specification part. And I'm also doing somewhat RFI to collect my data. The strategic sourcing is in between, which I'll touch more steps later. Then you're managing the relationship, you're managing the supply. So the whole complete gamut is category management. Strategic sourcing is a one tool of this. So if I see this way how it came in the good old days, strategic sourcing was called source to pay. And then some people said no, then we said source to contract. And then based on that, we came P2P. So many organizations, I know they have recently changed. They got two groups around. One is source to contract and one is called P2P. Like we had same stories around, we had 200 country offices. I can't centralize it. People will kill me, I tell you. So what we did around was strategic sourcing was done centrally, all the key items. If I go with the Pareto analysis, all the high value item, high risk item, we use strategic sourcing. We make the long-term agreements. But then the P2P is done at the country level. If the already long-term arrangement is there, they just follow P2P, end of it, procure to pay, which on the time to come will become totally RPA, robotic process automation. So this is how the change has happened around. So most of the structures have changed now, I would say. In some company which I've seen, they call themselves strategic sourcing, but everything is combined together. When you put P2P and S2C together, efficiency does not come in. So we want strategic sourcing. We were doing one project for Accenture also on this. So strategic sourcing is totally different and procurement part is separate. So here again, I'm saying around when we're doing category management, strategic sourcing, you don't worry about the vision and strategy sometimes. But category management, you look at it. What is the future? My vision. So the vision part is also important around. What do I want to achieve in the long term? What is the, and you try to align with the corporate vision. So this is where I find category management is much wider in terms of scope around. Now, why category management? Very simple, I would say. It cuts down your risk. Develop suppliers, because that is becoming important around. Deliver the cost saving and values. Both savings are important and value. Improved quality. Leverage the presence in the marketplace. If my 10 plants are buying from the same company, the supplier knows that this company is using me for 10 areas around, 10 different suppliers buy. I'm trying to leverage that. Strategic sourcing, we were doing leverage at organization level. Here I'm doing as a corporate, all the plants. If I have got 200 offices around, I'll combine all of them. I'll do the leverage for all of them. Otherwise, each country office was doing their own leverage. So this is what we are trying to do around. So this one I can skip the one part. Now here I will try to explain little bit differences between strategic sourcing and them. Now strategic sourcing for immediate requirement and continuously refreshed. I know some people do in strategic sourcing also. They look at it, performance was not good, they do the reverse. Some people think it's a one-time event, but here category management is end-to-end process. Typically, no demand management program is part of strategic sourcing. While in the case of category management, demand management is part of it. I know the companies in India still have not included many of them, demand part into this. The reason is our own limitation of knowledge, I would call. I was talking to one company, why don't you allow them to expand the role around? He said, no, there's a limitation of knowledge. So this is where I feel if demand management is also covered, and here we are still working in silos. But this one, category management, is becoming more of a supply chain. All your stakeholders are part of it. So this is much closer to the supply chain approach. Now, if I see the scope part, as I said to you very beginning, it is an organization mission spend. My mission is, I'm dealing with Asia, I talk of Asia spend. I'm in charge of Asia. But the one which I'm talking of, the category management, I will do as a whole corporate basis. If my MNC has got 40 regions, I'll do totality basis. I know one company, British Petroleums, there were many regions where they work around. But when it comes to category management, they try to do at a central level. Strategic sourcing could be done at a regional level also. The goal part, the intelligence required is much bigger in category. I have to know the various segments. Who are the possible suppliers around? And I will use that segment if my parts are required in Africa, then I like to use the supplier in the segment in near Africa. So that's the way knowledge is much bigger required. If I summarize this one, in the category management, you need two key pillars: supply base understanding of supply base globally. Second, the product knowledge. If you don't have a product knowledge, you can't do a good role in demand side. So this is where the category management become much important role around. So I was very happy to hear some of you when they said that they want to move into category management as their career. I think it's a wonderful idea. So category management, but then you need to develop those skills as well. So this is, I think it's very important. I'll spend some little more time on this. Now the strategy tool. The first thing is the mission of every organization. Based on the mission, you have a strategy. Now enterprise-wide, you have developed the category approach. You've got a category team for IT, office supplies, facility management, consulting team. So if you look at the category team tools, strategic sourcing is a part of it. Demand management is a part of it. And I can only play a role in demand management if I know the product. If I'm doing IT categories and I have no foggish idea how the programs are done, how the coding is done, I've got no ideas around, it's difficult for me to converse with someone. So demand management, I think if you are getting into IT, you need to have IT knowledge. Supplier management, yes. So supplier management means understanding suppliers, worldwide, which segment, then managing the supplier. If I feel there's only one supplier and supplier is not meeting my expectations, then you possibly have to develop the supplier. You have to work with them. So contract management, and last is contract optimization. So all these tools put together will help you in category. So category management is not just next step of strategic sourcing that way, it adds more pillars into this. And this is where I'm seeing around. Some companies have moved from strategic sourcing to category. I've met them in India, but they are only looking at, I've got 5 plants, combine all pistons, all foundries together. This one, machine components, combine them together. Great importance around, but I think you need to go further also on the demand side also. Supplier management also. Auto industries are doing good, I would say, when it comes to supplier management. So this is where we need to work it on. Pharma also is contracting a lot. They also work with suppliers to do this. Other sectors still lagging behind. Okay guys, this is how the category management came in the beginning for retail business. It used to be called 8-step cycle. But now this is more relevant if you are in the retail business, e-commerce business, yes. Otherwise, no. For the manufacturing, for other service industries, not the much. Now here is the one much bigger information, but I can go to you one simple way, which keeping in mind will give you all this information. Okay, let me go to the simple way. And so whenever we're doing the category part, you need to change your organization structure. You can't live with the same structure. So some people have moved from traditional procurement in the last 30 years, come to the strategic sourcing. Structure is same. And now if you're moving into the category management, you need to change the structure around. So that's a very important around. Authority has to be given around. I'm calling category manager as mini CEOs. So we need to cover up. Procurement process has to be changed. It should not be incremental process. Some people made the change, okay, I've done the category group, but the processes are so old-fashioned. The process, authorities, everything has to be changed. And now with COVID-19, the risk management part has to be built into that. So has it been built or not? That's the way we have to look at it. The people training is also important. Learning skill is important. And last is the technology part. Some people, I remember when I was leading implementation of ERP in the UN family, we had around, as I said, 200 country offices, 2,000 procurement people. When we were trying to implement, one was we take the same old process and digitalize it. No, I would say you have to change the process, then digitize it. Some people, they call the consultant and they try to change it around. Yeah. I know I'm getting some feedback. I'll get back soon once I finish this session. So let's get it. So this is where I'll try to explain category management in a simple way. So keeping in mind time, I was not getting into the bigger. The first thing is gather the data. That's the very first step. You collect all the data, spend data, requirements, external markets, analyze it. And when you're analyzing it, you segment the opportunities also. What are the priorities in that? And then the resources part. And once I analyze it, then I strategize it. And then I implement. So this is where I think in all the session I'll be covering up the data part. And I'll go into the real depth, example wise also, and analyzing part, strategizing part. For strategizing, I'll be using the concept of Peter Classic model. So supplier positioning, we'll talk about an implementation. How do we arrive there? So this is the broadly I would call around the category management. I could split this into 11 steps with the way I've sent the slide to you, but that may take me half an hour to explain it. But if someone wants more detail, I'll be very happy to cover. Okay, guys, this is where the process, I think same 4 points are explained around. Understanding the category management, the very first thing is I've tried to give around is strategic management as an overview of addressable spends. A long term and constant effort focus is required, tightly linked to the budget, guidance for anyone spending money. So technically those 4 key points I've tried to spell it this way. Mission, vision, strategy, goals, outcome. I hope everybody knows it. I'm not getting into that. This is very important around that we are moving from price. So when you're moving from price, cost, now we're going into the value part. So this is how it shows you the focus is on cost, sorry, the value part. So if you can see on the top, the value is becoming very important there. So the benefits, I think you all know very well. I can touch few points around. I want to give more time for your question answer. This is why I'm moving faster. So first thing is the saving we're expecting around typically 10 to 30%. If that's the way I look around. And I'm getting into the category management, I can play a key role also on the top line also. The bottom line certainly I will improve through demand management by changing the specs, by doing my supplier intelligence, market intelligence, I can bring some savings. I can also change the saving at the top also. I can also say in the lead time means my work in progress also cuts down. So that's also brings some savings in. Okay guys, let's move to this and why category management. I think this one I can spend little time. We all do strategic sourcing. We show the benefits. Then we forget about it. I made a long-term agreement, let's say with X company. Then I'm not managing it properly. If I'm not managing, you can't sustain it then. It'll start drooping down. So you can see the drooping down after the time to come. So if you used to have a category management, it helps you to sustain it. If supplier is having a problem, you try to support them, you try to develop them, and in the process, you can extend further. So this is where strategic sourcing has a negative part. It gets you something, but to sustain it on a regular basis, you need the category management approach. The role of a category manager is, I think I said to you in one line, if I have to say, you are like a mini CEO of a company of that particular category. So you're looking at the revenue, you're looking at the profit line, you're also looking at the market intelligence, and that's where you're. Okay guys, now before I get to the poll, let me take some questions around. Okay, good. I'm happy that you guys have come up. Okay. Okay, now Rahul Malik has come to everyone. I think I'm sure you must have got. If I can say we include value analysis, value engineering, product knowledge of a specific category and leverage it, it makes strategic sourcing the category management. One way you are You are right. I mean, the foundation is strategic sourcing. You're adding on the top of value engineering part. You're doing also the product knowledge. I think you very rightly summarized. But one step I can also go further. I've got 10 projects. Now, if one project I know, if I want to give them all priority equal, I know the market prices are going up. There's inflation going on. So I feel my margins are being shrunk. I can change my priorities around. So there is something more, but you have covered very nicely, I think. I'm sure all of you must have got. Rahul Malik has given very good understanding around. Add these components and you're reaching the next level of this. Good. Anyone else has anything around? I've gone through the points. Correct me because I know there are 170 slides around. I'm trying to skip it few things, but key points certainly I'm touching on. Okay, Dr. Saroj has also come up. Okay, please explain the inclusion of contract manager in the vision, since companies already have written down vision statement. Now the vision statement is there, Dr. Saroj. I can give you example. I know many of people who are sitting here, they can also tell you. I visited them, many of them. I said, first thing I went to the procurement department. I said, guys, what is your vision? What do you want to achieve around? What are your procurement objectives around? Because your procurement objectives are coming from mission. They're coming from the vision. Honestly, I can say 99% cases. In no procurement department, I could see the vision statement. At the top level, it is there. In the book of the organization, it is there. But if you go to a procurement manager, a procurement down the line, guys, what is your mission statement when you're analyzing it? I think it is missing at many places. I'm giving my own hands-on experience. While in the category manager, since I'm the category manager, then I will try to ensure my SOP, my standard operating procedures include that into this. This is how I will say. Okay, guys, anything else major? So otherwise, I'm going to keep later on the. Okay, then we have. I'm very happy we have got many smart people here around, so they're all coming up. Okay, then Pramod has come up with. Can you please elaborate on what is exact way of working out correct cost saving by cost category? Can you leave this for this cost saving? I'll come back when I come to the spend management one. Okay, guys, is that okay? My focus in this session, the very first session, which ended at 11, was to give you a basic understanding of what is category management, what is strategic sourcing, what differentiates the two things around, and where we are going to lead. That's all. Now I'll come to the next session on spend management. Is that okay? If any question on that, you can take up. But don't worry, at the end, show is yours. Once you have finished it, I'll be happy to stay back whenever you want. You can do it. Okay, guys, let me do a little bit on the poll side because that gives me confidence that we all have understood the basic things. Okay, guys, the poll one is relating to what I have covered so far. Or is it no feedback still? Okay. So far, 8 out of 23 have voted. There's nothing right and wrong. Don't worry. Just submit. Okay, guys, I think most of you have come up. So let me just start to summarize so it gives you a wonderful idea. When it comes to implementation of category management, I know Dr. Suraj was trying to ask with me, 58% said they have implemented it. Okay, then the 42% still no. Then the next one was the IT system part, ERP 74%, e-procurement. To me, e-procurement is very important around. Those who don't have e-procurement, they are still, I would say, if I talk of maturity level, they are less than 2.5 out of 5. ERP does not have a control on the data. ERP, I know, traps the data, but to use it, you need ERP, e-procurement. Digital technology is only 11%, which is good, I would say. Now, coming back to, do you agree the strategy? One of the tools, I think 95% said agreed, yes. I think when Malik said very nicely around, if we add value engineering, value analysis, and this, so strategic sourcing is one component of that. So I think if you want to move further, evolution part, so category management. Do you agree the procurement function has gained a lot of importance around? I think everybody is agreeing that certainly with COVID-19, the role of procurement has become very important. Now, which of the following are the key players to add values? Spend is 21%, which I thought should be 100%. So that's the one. And anyways, intelligence is also important. So this is where. So people have given two things. So some have, I think majority has given, 74% has given all of the above, which I agree with them. Because you cannot do category management without spend, without intelligence, without cross-functional. You need the support and the blessing of everybody. Let's be very clear. You're working in an environment, you need the blessing of all your stakeholders. They should have a faith in you. They should have a confidence in you. And supplier management. So supplier ecosystem also needs it all. So all put together, I think the majority has said all of the above. I agree with that. Great. Thanks again. And then we'll move to the next session. Let me get the feedback on the side if you want to give, if I'm going too fast or I'm skipping few things. I'm intentionally skipping when I know many of you know subject. Okay guys, session 2. So the very first session was all about understanding evolution part, understanding the basic fundas of category management, the difference between them and the strategic sourcing, and the benefits and what is category management. I have skipped many of them, but you know by now. Defining the opportunity part. Opportunities come from various places. The first thing is the spend part. Second comes the categorizing the spend. The third is a market intelligence. I know sometimes we say analysis, but analysis could be linked only to the supplier. But intelligence goes one step further. So I'll come to both. So this is what we're going to do the next session. So another 1 hour you could say. Then the very first thing is the game, if I talk of value adding opportunity, from where it comes. Supplier classification. You need to classify your supplier, existing supplier. And you can only classify, then come category profiling. And both cases, you need the spend data also and market knowledge also. Then you identify the opportunities, which is the area where I'm spending a lot, which is the area where I'm having a problem with the supplier, which is the one I will need to develop a better supplier. Then based on that, you come with an initiative. So in short, instead of giving you 16 steps in the cycle, I'm giving you 4 steps along. Supplier, category, opportunity, and then coming with projects, how you're going to do it. So opportunity assessment, if I say based on what? Data analysis, market analysis. Keep in mind that stakeholders are very important to you. You might be the brightest guy, smartest guy. If stakeholders don't listen to you, they don't have respect for your thoughts around, you will not succeed a lot. So you have to convince that this is the way you're going, it makes sense. So your interaction with stakeholders, in and out, both are very important. And identify the pilot saving approach, not the plot saving, it's the pilot saving. Then come the criteria of saving efforts and difficulty. See this, if I can cut down improve my speed, ease of implementation, potential costs of realizing savings. So those also one has to look around, how can I do it? For each area, we then create an opportunity sheet. Say, guys, okay, this is for each area. I'm dealing with particular category. So within those category, I have items also. I can define my opportunity for the category. I can also define my opportunity for item also. But when we are talking about category managers, we always look at the category level. At a strategic sourcing level, I only narrow down to particular item. That's how we do it. Then come another opportunity come from the, again, supply base, here to buy. We all have seen the lowest price, one supplier in China, and that supplier is not able to deliver you for one reason. Months and months, your plant comes to a standstill. I know the case, one example, real example, 2011, there was a flood in Thailand, and all the gearboxes were coming from there. And one company here, since the gearbox is not coming around, the cars are standing, they can't go out, and the flood was for 3 months. For 3 months, not a single delivery was happening. So the saving you might have got by leveraging one supplier is gone. Same thing happened during tsunami's time. One company which are making piston rings. So there are endless examples I can talk around. So where to buy and alternate supplier. And then came when and how much to buy. Supply market analysis. Reviewing market dynamics also. Market is changing very, very fast. I remember a case when we were involved with Maruti long back, developing air filters. The changes were happening so fast. What is the content of the cleaning? What it confirms, which standard it conforms to? Wide range of things around. So standards are changing, new products are coming, new technologies are coming around. So market dynamics is very important. Sometime back when we used to have the headlamps with normal lamps, then came the LED lamps, which can work on a very low wattage, save my batteries. So the market is also changing very fast. Risk identification. So you have to identify the risk also. This happened with us. I had a big project in the Middle East around, and we were handling it from the US, and the parts were coming from China. So when we were used to go to that time, honestly, if I tell you, I never went more than tier 1 supplier. I'm talking of, again, 90s. We were all the time stuck with a tier 1 supplier. So tier 1 says, sir, don't worry, you will get this 1 week. Our problem is this and this. But then when we went into the depth of it, the problem was not tier 1, because the tier 1 itself is giving his own supply chain to tier 2, and tier 2 is giving to tier 3. The supply chain is so complex, the problem may be at a tier 4 or tier 3 level. So we were all the time linking at tier 1. Old thinking, but now I have changed my thinking around them. For critical items, I will love to draw my supply chain, not up to tier 1, I'll go to tier 2, tier 3 also. In China also I've seen around, since I was involved in many of the outsourcing in the US to China in those days in the 80s and 90s. So when we were doing outsourcing, we were only looking at the company supplier, tier 1 supplier. We never went up to the tier 2, tier 3, that details around. Now, if I have to do it now, I'll say, guy, I want to visit tier 2 also. Are they reliable? So that's the way to say. Risk identification, new technologies. I think the new technologies are taking a big role. If you are in a example, if I can talk around, let's say I'm buying my spare parts for the aeroplane. I mean, plane costs you around 500 millions, whatever amounts around, and every month I'm paying the EMI and the cost of it around. One part is missing. My plane is stuck. You can imagine $500 million plane is stuck. You're losing in the big money. So can I do some way other way around? And I know in India it was done. I can quote you an example of the company. So that company, the part was supposed to come and they said it'll take around 3 weeks. And that part was made by 3D printing within 24 hours. You can imagine around you saved your 3 weeks. The aeroplane could go back to the normal operations. So this is where the new technologies are becoming important. So that means the future procurement people are very important people, and especially when they're getting into category management. You need a good knowledge of technologies, good idea about the product which they're buying, good market knowledge, and the process knowledge. Next come evaluating the major cost elements. Major cost element is becoming very, very tricky. I was surprised honestly myself when one e-commerce company came to us. He said, we want to do clean sheeting. I was saying, what are they going to do with the clean sheeting if they're buying all e-commerce items? They're still going back and forth with them. So you can imagine around cost elements are becoming critical. And people are thinking in a clean sheeting example. Then I was remembering my timing when I was in the production and we were trying to outsource our item in the US. If I can see one company, in those days China was also going through a big revolution of technologies. They were doing like a normal milling machine, lathe, this and that. Rejection rate was very high. Then we were promoting them, guys, go for CNC machine. CNC machine might be costing you 10 times the normal machine, but the rejection rate was nil. Production was faster, reliable, quality was better. So we found that time it was worth it. So cost elements has to be reviewed from many angles around. Okay guys, coming back to the spend analysis. So spend analysis, when we talk around, we're talking of, we want to assess the who, what we are buying, when, where, why, and how of an organization. Who is buying in the organization? Your organization is so huge. Some you are controlling it, some tail end, somebody else is controlling. Some of the tail end expenditures, sometimes you don't know it. It's a low values, not classified. So what are we buying? Who are we buying from? Who is buying it? How often do we buy this item? When do we buy it? How much did we pay for it? And lastly, I would say, how does the data compare with the previous year? Do we use this KPI? I'll be very happy if someone of you can tell me that you are using all these elements as a KPI for spend. If you are using all these KPI for your spend, then you are on the right footing for category management. Let me tell you honestly. And even for strategic sourcing also. So this is where I feel if you can go into the depth of it, we are still superficially doing spend analysis. So until we have got all these KPIs, performance indicator of the spend, I cannot find a good knowledge behind it. Comes back to the steps part. The very first thing is extracting the data from where to get it. One big improvement I can say around in procurement compared to 20 years back or 15 years back, procurement used to only cover, if I talk 20 years back, only used to cover 60%, 70% of the complete spend. 30% was done by the budget holders. HR will do his own. The legal will do his own contracting part. Learning department will do his own. Procurement people never had the one complete data available with them. But now I can say that change has happened. I've seen many companies, you cannot pay even a single dime without going through the PO, without going through the contract. So that means the process, all data are available now. And I'm sure that improvement you guys must have seen. So next, the problem is the cleanup part. From your side, the cleanup is there, but cleanup within your own organization, if you've got a 50 procurement people, 100 procurement people, the way they write the description, is the coding same? So that's where we need around. If the codes are not same, computers with description will get confused to put them together. It's the same story which is explained all the time in the colleges also. If I write IBM, if I write International Business Machine, two are different things. While you and me know it is same, but the computer system will understand two different suppliers. Same way with the description. When I was looking at the description of some of the government procurements, I was astonished. Some were written in the local language but in English. What computer is going to understand out of it? The description is exactly, when I saw in the case of one of the UP's case, it was all in Hindi but written in English. So computer is not going to make a meaning out of it. Even AI is not going to help us much. So I think we need to do the cleanup part, validate the data. If data is not clean, garbage in, garbage out. Then next question comes, rationalize your supply. So you need to rationalize. So I'm not saying that now there is some change happening around. I know rationalization went too far. If I've got 3 suppliers, they say, guys, put everything with 1 supplier. So that rationalization became one step. Put all eggs into 1 basket. And now we have learned in COVID-19 that is not the right thing. We should have a backup. So rationalizing means now with the new definition, I would say new normal or next normal, rationalizing definition will change. If you would have asked me 2 years back, I would have said different. So code for insights and assess the details. You know? Identify and act. So this is where we talk around. So spend data, cleaning the data, allocation of data, spend into categories around and analyze the spend. So let's get down to these points. Data quality part. I think I can skip few things around, although they're all available to you. If you have any question, you are welcome to ask me. Here again, honestly, I want from all of you, are you having a proper coding system? I'm not saying that you have to follow UNSPSE or you have to follow. You can have your own taxonomy. Nothing wrong. I met one company, we are doing a project with them on transformation. They got around 5,000 items. I said, you don't have to follow any international things for that. For 5,000 items, if you feel that you have something standard coding system, go ahead, do it. The good thing of coding is, if you use international coding, you can easily track the supplier. Let me give you a good example. We have, I think those who want to know more about it, you can go to www.ungm.org, United Nations Global Market.org. Any things I need, all suppliers are already listed worldwide. They know very well what we buy. This is no rocket science. All of you know very well what item you have been buying for the last, and you have suppliers saying, so you have a supplier registration mechanism. All suppliers come, they feel, okay, this item I can supply. Suppliers are also making the brochure with international codes. If I'm giving some brass casting, I'm using that code number. If I'm using some electronic components, if I'm giving chips, if I'm dealing with semiconductors, if I'm dealing with mobile phones, I'm giving a code number. And those code numbers are internationally used around. So if my suppliers are using the code which I use, automatically my AI can pick up the suppliers. And then I can go back to them. So this is where I think you'll get a good idea on that if you have a chance to look at it. Now the KPIs, I think I've touched on it, so I don't need to spend more on time on this. Now come the ability to classify your spend data to company sourcing category. So this is where I think now what I'm going to do is the spend part. After we have covered a little bit more, the spend part, we have got everybody knows 80-20 formulas. 80% of the contracts cover only 20%, while 20% of the contracts cover 80% of the values. This is a very old Italians, economists came up around, guys. Even if you see your own timing, if you see 8 hours work, you will be seeing that I've spent out of 8 hours, 20% of my time has gone on 80% important things, and 80% of my time has gone on small thing which is not adding any values at all. So if I go with a value approach, we need to re-strategize our timings. So this is how it comes around Pareto analysis. I've got different type of spends. Then I say, okay, cumulative one, A category, B category, C category. So that's the way it works around. This is the one UNSPSC I was talking around, which is international. I would say most of the Fortune 500, 1,000 companies, they are using UNSPSC. And this is being maintained by one of the NGOs in the US. And that is owned by the UN family, but maintenance is done by somebody. It's called GS1. They also give the barcode, so they are the one who are managing it. So this is the way you see around. The first two digits are segments. It's a hierarchical. Second is family. Third is a class. Fourth is a commodity. And the last is business function. So business function also is very important around. Same thing I was trying to deal with the government also. I said you have developed GEM. I don't know whether many of you know it. Government Electronic Market, which is more like an Amazon catalog, Amazon experience. So any ministry can buy. I said, have you done any coding? If I want to know who is the supplier, is the supplier a trader? Is the supplier a manufacturer? Is the supplier small scale? This code could have helped. If I say 01, it's a manufacturer. 02 is a trader. So that means in the code itself, I can easily do my analytics part. How much we are buying from the small industry company? How much we are importing it? How much we are buying from traders? I can easily find it. So the business function is also part of the code number. So here we got spend wise. Still, I would say if I talk of spend analysis, what I've seen, people are still controlling 80% on average. 20% is the tail spend. If I take the bigger picture of the Indian companies, still tail spend is around 20%, which is not categorized. I know it's a low values. It is still neglected. And there's a potential of saving there also. 80%, I would say, if I talk of all the procurement people who are all here, 80% they are controlling. Some might be controlling 95%. But many have seen the tail spend is missing. So I think there's a need to manage this as well. The next comes the cube part. So cube has got 3 dimensions. Cost center. I've got different departments within the company. I've got different units, different countries. Who is buying it? Who's the one who's making, who's my customer? Who's the one who's placing request for it? Cost centers, to whom it is charged, who's the budget owner, what category I'm buying around, and which supplier I'm buying. So this will help me that one cost center, same category, same supplier, another cost center, possibility is there, same category and same supplier. So don't you think that I would like to combine them together? So this is where I think it helps you to understand better. So this is where the data comes in. The data comes from account payables, general ledgers, master files, purchase orders, others. So you have the data cleaning part. Then clean data is coming, and from clean data, I'm trying to make my spend cube around. That's how we do it. So this is the source, and at the end of the day, once I've got spend cube, I can drill down. So once I have the cube ready around, I can drill down and do a wide range of queries and find the reports. Visibility part obviously gives you visibility, the same cube, organization-wise. Geographically also, where the suppliers are based. And then I can also look at the product categories and which year, where all those data I can put in. So spend visibility, I can go into the timing, I can go into the product, I can go into the geography and all that. So the best practices, if I talk of spend analysis, is classify spend data as detail level and adopt a common classification. So common classification, I would say taxonomy. Please, you should all have taxonomy. So whenever we use any description, automatically the code should come. I know some people have done it. I know one company with whom we were working. We were doing a project on supplier relationship management, and we cannot talk about supplier relationship management without coding file, without classifying it. If the category is very strategic, if category is very tactical, if category is leverage, if category is a bottleneck, based on that, my strategy will work of relationship also. That way, my strategy of procurement will also work on the same way. So my request is, please build your own taxonomy. If your taxonomy is not good, you are on the wrong footing around. Some people are using a big hammer for a small nail. So don't have to waste money in today's world, no. And particularly after COVID-19, money is scarce. Every company is struggling through it. So I won't say that you have to use a big sledgehammer for a small nail. If you have got 5,000 items, the way I was talking of the company, they said, oh, should we go for this? I said, it will cost you millions. Why do you want to waste your money? So think of common classification depending on your need. If your need is big, if I talk about a company like Walmart, they have what 5 million, maybe millions of SKUs. So once you've got millions of SKUs, certainly I need to follow international system. But if you've got only 5,000, 2,000, 1,000 SKUs, then don't use the sledgehammer, then come up with your own taxonomy for the time being. And once you become big company, then you can think of that way. Pursue a permanent solution versus a one-time effort. Sometimes we say, okay, let's go on this way for the time being, and later on we'll look into this. So look for a permanent solution on spend. I've seen very big companies doing spend analysis on spreadsheet also. Everything has not to be done with the big technologies all the time. So if you feel your numbers are very small, spend analysis, the only problem with the spend analysis could be, if I'm doing on spreadsheet, it won't give you on the spot answers around. You have to tell someone, the guy will take 1 week, then you get a feedback. So it's not a real time basis. So one has to look around the need based on it. The best thing I would say, yes, it should be, everything should be connected like a tower. All information should be coming on an ongoing basis. And if I'm getting into AI, then certainly I need, my spreadsheet will not work. So you have to think of gradual process around. Have an automated approach for cleaning and classification. Some cleaning I can do, but through machine learning I can do it. But we cannot do it. It's continuously improve and expand the scope of spend data management program. I would say this one, spend one, the best practice is people have to be convinced of it. Again, I'm coming back to the example where we have so many municipalities, so many state governments, so many this, and all that data we are trying to analyze at a national level. Impossible until I convince down the line what is the meaning of spend. The guy does not know. He's a school dropout, a school pass out, working as a procurement clerk. For them, it doesn't make a difference to them what I write. He says, my supplier knows and I know, that's all. So the meaning of spend data, I think, has to be explained to everybody. So we have developed one training system also on coding system, which we are dealing with the government. So I think one needs to develop their own, explaining the meaning behind it. Why should we do proper taxonomy around? Okay, guys, then let's move to the next one. I can say, I think this one we have covered, so I don't need to spend. I think I can skip this because you know by now what are the benefits around. Here I want to come. So any question on spend, you can come up and I'll be very happy to answer. Then come the next is the market intelligence. Market intelligence is not finding, okay, I've got 10 suppliers, 12 suppliers, fine. So you need to find market analysis. How many suppliers are there? The size of the market. I also need to find the market research part, the customer feedback about those suppliers. I have found 5 suppliers through the Google or something, but that's not good enough. I want to know the feedback. I remember the case in one company, we made it very clear that if a contract is more than $1 million, will not be signed until we have a D&B rating for it. If I don't get a Dun & Bradstreet rating, I will not approve a contract at all. So market research is also important. Market segmentation is also important. Then come the competitor intelligence. With whom I'm competing, what technology trends are coming around. Some of you may be thinking, this is not my cup of tea. This is for the salespeople, my R&D people. They might be doing it, but keep in mind, you are in touch with the suppliers. R&D guy is not. I'm telling more confidently because I started my career after doing MTech from IIT. I started my career as a designer. So we people were only looking at the product of the competitor, that's all. But the trends, what suppliers are coming up, new products are coming around, we were sometimes far off. So since you are very close to the supplier, I think you need to know the technology trends. Acquisition, pricing. What is the price of my competitors? So when I change my headlamps of the car to the new one, LED, what are the technology trends? What is the customer feedback? What is the increase in price? Can my company manage the increase in price or not? Will salespeople accept it? So the pricing part is also important. Product intelligence is also important. So you need much more than that. So don't think that I know today when we're doing strategic sourcing, we are linking only with market supplier. So this is where I want to get into market intelligence also. So if I talk of supply market analysis, so we are talking, which I know presently majority are still dealing with this, I would say even in the US. But now I think after COVID-19, the word analysis is changing into intelligence. Keep in mind. So everything is dynamics, nothing is fixed. So supply market analysis, demand analysis, how much I bought last year, how much I'm going to buy this year. And the demand is also dynamic. Nothing is fixed. Those of you who are in production nowadays, they know very well. 2 decades back, it was very fixed. I'm going to make this much. Salespeople, you give me the whole demand for the whole year. Now, every week before I start, the demand changes. Supplier review, category risk level. So in one way, the job is becoming very challenging, more complex and more difficult also. So guys, when it comes to supplier market and information wise, I don't think this is something new to you. You can see the annual reports of the companies around. And there are some various sites available. You have to subscribe to them. They give you the annual reports of all the listed companies. Some private limited company, very difficult to get. Even those also you can get it. Internet, headlines, industry associations, which helps a lot. Consultant, research, all those things are helpful to you for getting the knowledge for it. Understanding supply markets comes with prepare for a supply market analysis. Assess the degree and effects of competition. I'm not getting into more detail, I'm just giving the broad pillars. Forecast market development. Understanding what drives the market. Assess the price. Segment the supplier. I'll touch a little bit on the segment part because segment is becoming very important after COVID-19. So I'll explain a little next slides around. Another thing we're looking at the market analysis is SWOT analysis, Porter's 5 forces, supplier analysis, which are coming from Dun & Bradstreet, and there are now many companies that have come up around. They can give you the analysis part. The company might be showing a wonderful thing, but the company might be still in the losses. So there might be a lot of legal disputes with them. So one has to look into the supplier analysis, risk analysis, value chain. So I'll touch on the SWOT and the Porter's 5 forces. Porter 5 forces, I'm sure all of you know. Anybody who has gone to the business school or even not, I think they understand all this. It is basically understanding the game of balance, the power. Who has the power? Because when you make a decision, You need to know the power. The buyer has a power, supplier has a power, your competitor has a power, or you have the power, or the new entrants who are coming up, they may take away and disrupt you, all of you. It happened in the US, you know very well. Electric car came, the guy disrupted many of them. So sometimes we ignore the new people, substitutes, but they can disrupt you. So these 5 forces, those who are category managers, in consultation with their salespeople and design people, have to be in touch with it. The threat of new entrants, competitions, pressure from substitutes, buyer versus supplier. I think that is very, very important when I'm doing negotiation. If I'm part of a negotiation and I know my procurement volume is only 0.5% of the supplier, and supplier is already booked for the whole year, they won't listen to me. If I'm going, say, from Intel, I'm getting my chip, and I know I depend on them, simple negotiation will not help. I may have to think of something else, relationship. So you have to see around which is the bargaining power. That's it. Segmenting, which I was telling you earlier, I think this is becoming very critical. So I'm sure all the time you read in the newspaper nowadays, vocal for local. If you got 40 plants around, you want to have the visibility there itself, as keeping in mind the viability part. So people want to be in segments everywhere. I know I was talking to someone in Cisco's. They want to have a plant for when they shift some companies, some production, let's say from China, where should they go? Should they have in India? Should they have in Vietnam? Should they have in Indonesia? Should they have in Mexico's? So they look around segment as well. So when you're doing supply market analysis, you need to keep in mind which are the segments. And those segments, you have to keep in mind other thing as well. The relationship between government to government. If our trade balance is disturbed, then possibly it's very difficult to get from that country. So that's also you have to keep in mind when we're talking on supply market. If one same product is coming from one country, the custom duty may be higher, other case may be very low. So keep in mind the segment part you have to keep this factor in. Appraising the market segments. So I think this, I've given you a little flavor already on this. Coming back on the SWOT. These two are very, very important in today's world. Again, because of COVID-19, it's very, very important when you are buying. Your strength. Internal factors are your strength and your weakness. Now you're trying to bring someone, supplier also has a strength, has some weakness, but that also could create opportunity for you and create threat for you. If I'm going to a supplier which is well-known, worldwide, single supplier, great opportunity. I'm linked up with a brand. But the threat is if that company goes in trouble, I'm also in trouble. So you have to look around external opportunities, external. So you must do all the time SWOT analysis whenever you're trying to find new suppliers. So there are opportunities and there are threats. Suppose if I'm working with X supplier, which is country to country, there's a trade balance is in our favor or their favor, one has to look around what could be opportunities and threats. I'm sure many of you know what is happening with the 5G towers and all this thing around. So keep in mind, when you find suppliers, technology-wise, if I take X technology, what are the opportunities? If I take another Y technology, what are the opportunities and threats? And your own strength and weakness also is to be there. So this is becoming very important around. Okay, guys, now here we can come back to, let's see first some of the chat questions I'll take up around. Okay, guys, now here we have from Vinay, I have to buy a few thousands. Oh my, it's a long list, never mind, we have time. We have 10 minutes, I can walk through all of them, don't worry. Okay, guys, okay, let me start from the, so which one I should? From Pramod Sahare? Okay. Arun is sitting with me, he's guiding me up, which is the one coming with the sequence timing wise. So, and now Pramod has come up. Can you please elaborate on what is the exact way of working out correct cost saving and by category management? Okay, guys, now in the category management, when we are doing spend, or when I'm doing spend analysis, supplier analysis. So supplier analysis, when I come down, I'll do my costing part. What is your direct cost? What is your indirect cost? The direct cost is basically the raw material and other things, direct labor around. Indirect is the other things around, which could be because of the infrastructure. Now that infrastructure, if it is very old, so far, let me tell you honestly, if you would have asked me 2 years back, answer this question, I would have asked you straightly, go for the direct cost, indirect cost, look around, see how much this guy costed. And plus, obviously, they have to make some savings. They have to make some profit. So those the one tools we used to recommend. But today, that model is changing. Now people are saying, guys, if you have a choice, if you don't have a choice, then certainly direct, indirect, then you say, guys, I'm trying to do with you. Your direct cost is, let's say, $200 per piece. Another $300 for the indirect cost, both put together $500. Plus I give you a margin of 10%. That should be the cost for me. But today I will not go with that. If I have to start making it a new way, fresh way, and a clean sheet, how much is it going to cost me? Third thing could be, also I could say, what is the market? You are not the first one with the product. If you're the first one, it's a different story. If already the product is there in the market, your competitor is there. Example, I was giving you the bill. When they were coming with a hybrid model, there was a competitor in the market. And the price was known. The guy was selling for $1,100 per piece. So when I know the market price, and I know my procurement contributes 70% in the whole chain, or 80% in the whole supply chain, then I can say, guys, my cost in procurement cannot be more than 1,100 multiplied by 0.8, 880. And then 880 I can divide into all the components, no issue, including assembly. So that's the way I have to work it out. So it's a part of my supplier analysis. So when you're doing supplier analysis, negotiation will come as a part of it, and then only you will make a contract. So that part will come into that. I hope this satisfies the point around. Okay, then anything else which is there, which I missed out? Okay, then Vinay has come up. I have to buy a few thousand laptops and desktop in a year. The suppliers are asking 15 to 20% higher price with only change of generation of chips and hardening of the dollars. How can I improve? Very good question now, Vinay. Now it depends on how volume it is there around. Your volume is how big. You are buying some thousands of laptops, which is a big number I would call. And they are asking for this. Now if you go with if you're thinking of buying from a big companies, I don't have to tell the name, you know very well. Each one of them, if you are a regular buyer, they may give you some discount. If you're not a regular buyer and your 1,000 also is a small part for them.
Mr. Batra, can we answer this question?
Oh,
because
please.
I have come across with this problem. So in fact I have responded to Vinay on this. Actually, I have come across, in fact, my volume was much larger than Vinay. In fact, around 20,000 laptops per year, right? So the problem, I mean, one of the things we have to understand is the supplier is coming up with a forced, upgrade of the product. So you can ask with them that supply me the earlier generation processor. Since you are not asking for this upgrade, it is a forced upgrade.
Yeah.
And the value which new process is bringing, it is up to that. I mean, whether that is bringing a value to you or not. If that is not bringing a value to you, then you can ask them, please supply the old generation laptop, and then you can put an anchor point there that I am not asking for the upgrade, you yourself are giving the upgrade. So you supply me until the old inventory is there with you on the the previous generation processor. Eventually, maybe after 2 to 3 months, the new processor, as per the product life cycle, that will become a mature product, and their price will be reduced into the market. And then your price will be sustainable or will be the same eventually while you will be negotiating after 2 to 3 months. So this should be the right strategy in this case. So I have followed this strategy in my previous organization, and I could manage to give a increment of maybe $2 to $3 there on the laptop. I am not saying that 100% they will be keeping the same price, but at least you will be able to leverage your position there by saying this.
Okay, good. I think it's interesting. Okay, what I will do is, it's a good thing of networking. I know many of you are replying directly also. I could see from Murli also has gone some reply. Ashok has come with something too. He's written down to everyone. Here I like to say a little different on it, because Ashok has come up with the point the UNSPSC should go and tie up with HSN core. Okay, let me tell you, I've got the still book with me. We developed the correlation between UNSPSC, HSN, and NATO system, and then CPA, which is Europeans one. I have with me, still lying with me, one the book, original book, which is the very first draft. Now the HSN is basically a custom one. Now this is the one comes from Brussels. The headquarter is their custom office, and they developed the HSN. Now that HSN has got different concepts around categorizations, and UNSPSC has got this. We can give a translation for that. That if this is a UNSPSC, HSN is this. So that translation can be done. That way you are right, tie apart, but not that UNSPSC and they cannot be correlated. HSN is very different way structured around. UNSPSC is more hierarchical. So that's the advantage around. From procurement context, we need UNSPSC. For coding purpose, that's it. Anyway, guys, keeping in mind any other things, if you feel you can still bring in the question answer session. So let me get down to the next poll, and then we could have a small break. Okay, guys, I can see majority have filled it. Okay, guys, excellent. I think most of you are given the feedback. The very first one, what are the goals of the spend analysis? It is not only the procurement cost, it is neither only efficiency, it is all of the above. I think I could see majority, 75%, all of the above, which is very well done. What are the following dimensions covered in the spend cubes? I think you see all the three dimensions, but the summary is all of the above. Again, 85% said yes. Great. So do you classify any expense as tail spend in your organization? So you have, I can see majority, 65% said yes, that means you have a tail spend. So that means tail spend means, so they are, they are classified as tail spend. So what is the key objective of the Porter 5 forces? Certainly the purpose is to make strategy. If I know the balance, my power versus supplier powers versus my competitors, it gives me basically strategy, develop the strategy. It's nothing to do with the selection of supplier. It is all about power. What are the goals of the SWOT analysis? I think the last one. Okay, here I see again, facilitate decision making. I think this is very rightly said. It is not about strategy, it is about decision making. The strategy I'm getting with the 5 forces. Now decision making I have to do around between X and Y. Then I say, guys, if I take this, what is the threat for me? What is the strength for me? If I do this, what are the opportunity for me? So that's what we do. SWOT analysis is important. SWOT analysis you can do at many places. But even when you're hiring people also, you need different type of skill sets. So you have a threat, you have this. So you need to do this. It's a great tool. I think everybody should do it. Thank you again. So before we get down to the coffee break, again, anyone want to say a few things on this before I jump to the next ones? So before we come to the coffee break, anything last, just last thing, anything? Mudidharan, you want to say anything before we jump to the next?
Yeah, I thought, I just gave a comment. I think the strategy, one of the thing was that, on the what is that called? The demand side, what you mentioned.
Yeah.
I think we have done a lot of work on the supplier enabled innovation. So I think that should be one of the goals for a lot of companies where we should spend time and do hackathons and have meetings with the suppliers, the strategic suppliers, and work with their application design team, what new technology, how we can. So it is not always possible internally to do a spec validation because things are happening very fast outside our own factory or company. So I feel that's a very important thing for professionals to work on that area.
Thank you again, Muralidharan, on this. I was having in mind the same point actually. Because I know you did this very well and you had all the people who are technically smart, active. But that is what is missing in many of the company. I would say 90% of the company, this thing is missing. They think it is not my cup of tea to go into the demand part side. So I'm very happy that you said.
Yeah.
So if anybody, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and one last point, what they were asking about the laptop. I think a lot of companies are worried about the 10th generation, but we should embrace the 10th generation. If you ask me, we should embrace because it has a higher productivity. With the COVID situation, we should go for 10th generation. But to maintain the price, instead of using an i5 processor or i7, we can go to i3. i3 will work far better in a 10th generation than on i7 on a 8th generation. So I think we should look at that point of view, go for an i3 and with a 10th generation, we should never sacrifice the lower generation, not because the company has changed, but we want 10th generation with the way COVID situation, the productivity is very high. The processing speed is very high, it's above 6 hertz, right, kilohertz. So I think these are very important to consider and you can retain the price or bring it down when we change the processor from i5 or i7 to i3. But a lot of people think I should go for i7. Not really required. You go for a higher generation of the technology. So I think that's where I thought I'll bring in a point.
I think excellent, excellent. I think this is a great input. Dr. Saroj, you want to say before I get break? I know I'm tempted at least 2 experts like you. Dr. Saroj, you want to say anything before we have a break for 15 minutes?
Not exactly. It is going fine, and there is a lot of clarity.
Okay.
There is a lot of So we would like only to know about how really it is getting implemented, because there is more of strategy that we are talking now.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting.
Okay, good. So we come back to the implementation step next
Right,
session.
sir. Thank you.
So,
Thank
sir,
you.
just want to add to Mr. Murli. Rightly said, sir. In fact, I think it's a matter of bringing the value. If it is bringing the value in terms of productivity, fine. We should be going for generation 10.
Yeah.
And if I feel, I mean, it is not bringing some of the value, then we
Yeah, I
will have
agree.
to trade off between that.
Right, right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great, my friend. Actually, let's have a 15 minutes break, because and then after 12:15 we meet. Am I right? Okay, guys, you want to fresh up yourself?
सर
Okay, I can see everybody's there. Well, friends, welcome to the afternoon session. So in the afternoon session, we will cover two areas around. One session 3, one session 4. So Dr. Saroj was talking of the implementation part, which will come under the session 4. So in this session 3, we'll talk about designing the strategy. So what we have done so far is understanding the bigger picture of category strategy is important or not, this benefit or not, the very first session. Correlating with strategic sourcing, understanding the bigger picture of categories managements. Then session 2 was all about the heart of it, understanding about the spend part. We can do Pareto analysis. We can do spend cube around. We can develop various KPIs for the spends. Now we have done the spend part. Then we also talked about market intelligence. I know the word market intelligence still is missing, I would say. If anyone has a different thoughts, I would love to hear. The way I have seen still India, people only talk about market analysis means identifying suppliers. The segment part is missing as on today. So these are the area new thing which has to come up around. Now I've done the spend analysis, let's say. The next thing is developing the strategy. So strategy means the very popular concept which is used worldwide is supply positioning model. I think all of you are aware of it. If not, please, every procurement person should know this. It is called Peter Kraljic model. The guy used to work with Harvard. Later on, he was a consulting company. And he came with the concept of 1983 that procurement should be, how can procurement be the same roles? If our risk is more, a risk is less, volume is less, a volume is more, everything needs a different approach around. So he came with those two dimensions, which I'll touch on it. The next is shortlisting of supplier. Shortlisting part, I know many of you are very well conversant, so I will just go very fast on the shortlisting side, but I'll focus a lot on SRM. So two areas I will certainly focus when developing a strategy: supply positioning and SRM. Supplier performance management I'll take up as a part of implementation. Then shortlisting part, many of you know very well. I'll touch few key points around. That's what I do. But if any questions, please, you can send me the points around, or we could have Q&A. Let's understand the first thing is supplier classification hierarchy. We all talk of 80-20. And my first thing, whenever we do any training face-to-face, guys, can you write down your all purchase orders, contracts last year? Let's say there are hundreds, and you'll find if I put them into the descending orders, and the descending order means the top 20 contracts out of 100 will cover 80% of the value, and bottom 80% will cover only 20. So that gives a wonderful idea that I need to focus on those 20%. And this is what we divide those classes. One is called technical class, could be around 20%. Important class, critical ones, and last is strategy. So this is the way the pyramid looks like. And this pyramid is based on pharmaceutical company, but others also could have something like that. Now this portfolio analysis, which was designed by Peter Kraljic, he said, guys, let's take the two parameters: volume, annual expenditure, how much you spend money around, and market difficulty, market complexity, market risk. You can take all those parameters on the y-axis. So x-axis I'm taking up as a spend. So this is the spend. So if you talk around 80% of the spend, the first vertical line is on 80%. And then the next one, the top two, strategic and leverage, they're falling into 20%. Sorry, I'm mixing up. The 20% of the spend is coming in the first routine and critical, and 80% of the spend is coming into strategic and leverage. So the vertical line which I've drawn in this 2x2 matrix is dividing 80-20. Then I'm trying to divide horizontally by another line. If those items, let's say, if I got 10 suppliers, 5 suppliers, my risks are very limited. If one does not behave, I can go to the second one. So if I say low, that means if I got 8, 9, 10 suppliers, my risk is negligible. I would say low. I got 4, 5 suppliers. My risk is medium. So the horizontal line, my risk in terms of difficulty to procure, in terms of risk also around, I think this is the one line which defines around. And high mean I got on the extreme end, I got only one supplier. No other choice. I have not built it. It's not the market doesn't have, but I have not built it. I have not even taken efforts around because I'm in a complacent zone. I'm comfortable with one supplier. Why should I build another one? So that means I'm in a high risk area. And supplier knows very well that your whole business is with them. And they can take you for a ride. So in short, Peter Karzik, what he did around was he took the two things, expenditure, or volume of whatever procurement, and the number of suppliers you would call. So based on the risk, based on the spend, he said, guys, routine item, low risk, low volume, leverage, high spend, but the risk is less. And then I come to the strategic one where I got a high spend, but my risk is there. Critical, my spend is not much, but my risks are very high. Now, if I talk around, even the today's word around, routine items could be very basic things, could be bearings, could be office supplies, could be anything. They are not high spend for you, not high risk. I have choices available. And those are the area where I need to develop a different strategies around. And this is where I was telling the World Bank and the government also. I said, you need to come with a catalog. Actually, Government of India has come with a catalog for routine item. They call common user item. Table, chairs, furnitures, low item, low value item. So the routine items are low values. Again, something which could be low value for one may not be low value for another one. So each company to company, this matrix will change. So you cannot just copy another one company's $100 billion company. One is only 1 billion, one is only $1 million company. So routine may change, the concept will change. So when I talk of a routine, so we always suggest that you get into catalog formation. We were working with one company in Accenture, they were doing for the British Petroleum. So that means making the catalog. Leverage, I've got choices. But spend is big. And this is the place where you can make savings. This is a place you can come with the new ideas around. This is a place you can bring values again by bringing new features, new innovations into this. Innovation can happen when there is a choices with you. You say, guys, I want a competition. And anybody who gives me better features, better specs, better this, better lead time, you're part of it. Otherwise, no. And the leverage area is the one where I can use my even reverse auction also. But reverse auction does not mean only on the price basis. I can add various components. I know in the good old days, I know still I would say 90 to 95% in India, they're using reverse auction for price. But in the reverse auction, I can add new component as well. Delivery time, I could give a weight. Innovation, I could give a weight. So that's how it is there. So the technology is becoming important there also. Strategy. You have only one supplier. You have no other choice. You have never built it another one. So those cases, I know it's very difficult to say no to them. Whenever they come with increase, you can use your relationship to cut it cost, but not much. Critical is the one where item is very critical, but low values. Supplier is not interested to give you one piece or two pieces around. You may have to buy the whole year stock around. I remember the case of one of the aeroplane companies around. They were buying the bolts and nuts for the wings. Those bolts and nuts are not standard ones. They're very specialized ones. They thought in the computer system that they have the stocks, but actually stock was not there. So that oversight delayed the manufacturing process by a month. So those bolts and nuts, without the right bolts and nuts, without wings being fitted, you can't sell the planes. So those items, in terms of the cost of the plane, which is, let's say, $500 million or $600 million, the cost of the bolts may be even less than $500,000. Even less than that, still not there means critical. Delivery cannot happen. Nobody else is making, this is unique specs around. So you need a different approach in different categories. That means your items should try to divide around which category they go. Are they routine, strategic, leverage, and critical? And based on that, your approach will change. So one size for all, no. So your approach, your relationship will change depending on this. So this is where I expect every company to try to do it. And I go back, and I would say long back, I would say 95, 96. Australian government has developed a software for this. And we got the software free from them. So we were able to put down our items, define the parameters. The parameters means what is the 80%, where does it end, what is the value? Because 80%, if I take 100 contracts and I take the top 20 ones, if I go in a descending order, I can draw the cutoff line. Anything more than this figure comes into this, anything less than this comes into this figure. So I can define the parameter. Similarly, horizontal also I can define. So once I put that parameter, the computer system was so smart, it could put all my procurement into these 4 boxes. So there are softwares available, but everybody has to go with a gradual process, I would say. If you feel your requirements are not big, you can do with the spreadsheet. If not, then there are apps available. Nowadays, honestly, in the last few years, I would say, not even in 10 years, a lot of apps have come up around, which are much quicker. They're all cloud-based, easy to do it, quicker to do it. So the next, same thing again, I'm calling as people call supply positioning, supply matrix. So here is the one again. Strategic item means unique specs. Supplier technology, very critical. I need Intel chip i7, end of it. Then you have to pay for it. So it's a dominating situation for the supplier. Difficult to substitute. Unique specs. Leverage item means, as explained earlier also, I can easily find substitutes. And this is the place where we can bring innovation. Non-critical means I don't want to waste my time in making POs and this. I would love to make a catalog. This is what we are trying to promote many companies. Guys, for non-critical items, routine items, or common user item, make a catalog. And with the specs of approved suppliers. So whenever my buyer needs it, or whenever any P2P group needs it, or if I want to decentralize it to the country office, they can directly buy from there. Bottleneck items, certainly you will have to make a volume bigger. If your volume size is small, suppliers will not work for you. If I only need 20 bolts, nuts, the guy, come on, don't waste my time. My each batch has to be of 100. My each batch has to be of 200 to be cost effective. So you may have to think of a different batches. So supplier also has different approaches. So first thing is you categorize, segment yours, different categories. I'm not getting into items. When we talk of strategic sourcing, we go into the item. But when I go into the category management, I'm strategizing all my category into the 4 boxes. Now, supplier objective. How supplier looks at you. Same 4 boxes. How supplier views you. They think guys are nuisance, low value, they can throw me out anytime. So it's a nuisance. And they know very well in the leverage item, it's a competition. I may get business today, I may not get business tomorrow. So the core is the one every supplier wants to work with you in the core. If you are the only monopoly supplier, who doesn't want to be? So there are the places where every supplier has an interest. Every supplier has an interest in the growth also. So this is the where you have to tap where the supplier's interests are. So supplier objectives, your objectives as a buyer, they have to merge together and come with a good strategy. So how do we start part of it around? I would say the very first, if you want to bring a big savings, so the big saving will come from leverage item. Here I know the X's are a little changed. So the saving opportunity I put on the Y, X I put around the sourcing complexity part. So the leverage item which you are seeing, the leverage spending is much bigger, innovation is much bigger, and there's a scope for centralizations, ease of specs. This is the way I think you should focus a lot. So if I go back again, I would go into this group much bigger, leverage item. So this is the place, high value, low risk. So keep this in mind when we're talking about. Other one, the tier 2, the wave 2 would be the other ones. Again, high spending and complex divide. So others, you can go tier 1, tier 2 in terms of numbers. Suppose if I am starting a project of category management, I'll first focus on leverage item. So all leverage item, I will try to focus, then I'll go to the other ones, then I'll go to the tier 3 ones, and then I go to. So same story, but shown in a different color, but exact gives you the medium priority and this priority. So this is where the strategy part. So if I have to summarize the strategy part, convert your spend of category by category into 4 boxes. Actually, one consulting company has come up with one much more complex 8x8 matrix. It is more like a chess. So they divide all your spend into 8x8 matrix. And then each small group out of 64 boxes, they give you the strategy how to work, which I becomes, for some company, it is very good. For smaller companies, I mean, it's not that great around. I would say then you have to find it. It depends on the need part, then I would say. But then once you're done 2x2 matrix, you know which are leverage, which are critical, easy to manage, easy to do. Then next thing comes is supplier shortlisting. Here I'll go a little faster because you all know very well the criteria to appraise supplier. I know all of you have criteria. I hope you have SOPs, how to appraise the supplier. Some people, I still feel they're doing 100 crore business, 200 crore business, but they don't have written down appraise. I asked them, guys, what is your appraisal criteria? So every buyer has his own criteria. So that means you can't have a consistency around. So my request to you would be every company, because you are the basically cop of the organization, business world. So you have to have SOPs. If any change you want, I'm not saying it has to be stuck with that. If you want to make a change, then tell your bosses and get it revised. Research the supplier, assess supplier's capability, measure the rates. This is where I would say around. Now here, the different terms we use around when we're trying to do this: RFI, RFQ, RF. So please keep in mind the purpose of RFI. So if you need you don't know the subject very well, you want to get the basic information about the supplier. So you should start with RFI. And once you have got the data, you've got a shortlisted ones around, then go with RFQ and RF. There's no idea of sending RFP to everyone on the earth who are not shortlisted. If you have shortlisted them, they feel they are capable, then go with RFP. P means proposal, Q means quotation. I know many of you know it, but let me again emphasize on it. If you feel your specs are great, you don't want to change at all, then RFQ is there. So I know some people think Q is for goods, P is for services. No. I've used even RFQ for services. I've also used RFP for goods also if I want innovative things around. If you need innovative ideas, good ideas around, then you can go with RFP. P means proposal. P means solution. So keep that factor in mind. So this is where now I think I'll skip this one. Suppliers, where to find. I think many of you are very well conversant. I know good old days used to be yellow pages, but now yellow pages are gone. Next slide. Chambers of Commerce certainly are there around. Thomas Register is still there. I remember when the US, we used to get Thomas Register, small CDs around $400. And if I print that, it will take the whole my length of my office. So many material around. In just $400, we used to get all the possible suppliers, Thomas Registers, and same way many other catalogs were available. Okay, guys. Now, the next thing comes is supplier research. This is the area where it takes enormous time. Getting the name of the supplier is one thing. What is their cost structure? Which nobody will tell you until you ask them. Even if you ask them, they will not explain you item to item. You want what is the raw material cost, what is your indirect cost, what is your overheads, and what is your margins around. Very few companies shares around. Financial status. Is this company a bankrupt company? Is this company a cash-rich company? If they are not cash-rich, they will come to you for every penny. So guys, they will not take one step until you give them advance. Customer satisfaction level. Are the customer happy? They'll give you 5 names, only those whom they know them. But then you want to do your own research. That's another one. Support capabilities around, relative strength, buyer's fit, how the company is viewed, core capabilities. So supplier research is very important around getting the feedback. I know one company very well, big name. Again, we had a chance to work with them. They had around 200 questions. I'm still carrying with me. 200 questions, every supplier has to fill it. And after filling it, they will make a consultant group of 5 people. Sometimes what happens is, you know very well, I don't even I have also gone through the same stage. We develop our own liking and disliking of a particular supplier. But that means sometimes we become biased also. Because we're dealing with the same supplier for ages. I'm sure many of you have been dealing with the same supplier for the last 10 years. So you are complacent. And once you're complacent, you don't look on the negative side at all. So what we used to do around, in this case, this company, which is very well known, I would say. So they had 200 questions, supplier visit. Then we asked them to supplier, those who were shortlisted, send us the video how the product is made. And the video is seen not by the company's procurement people, but also some expert from outside who has nothing to do with your company, who has got no biasism with any supplier. So they also look at it. So based on the group itself decides that this is one we would like to visit. Let's say out of 10, we shortlist 3. Then the team will visit of the in-house people, in-house, one from stakeholders, one from production, one from procurement, and one from outside. They go and visit them. So it becomes very objective type evaluation, not very subjective. You know very well when it is done scoring, scoring is not totally science. Sometimes it is biased also. So you also want to see the culture of the company. You're dealing with the company guys cannot communicate with you properly. They cannot explain you properly. So the culture part is also important. Okay. Screening criteria is obviously you're looking at the product range, you're looking at the quantities available around, your requirement maybe 2 million pieces, the guy can only make 10,000 pieces. Out, straight away. Lead times, acceptable price, whole reputation, business relationship, location, and then location, now the new word has come, vocal for local. So that means the location is also becoming important around. Type of companies, size of the companies, use of e-commerce. If they cannot do with the e-business, everything they want a hard copies around, then also problem. Language capability is part. So these are the broad, I think I would say, the screening criteria which are important. I'm sure you are doing it already. And Dun and Bradstreet has done, I would say, very well. So you can see many of the things information. Appraisal criteria you could do on a technical performance, you can do product reliability, you can take different weights. So appraisal mean I'm looking at the lead time also, I'm looking at the reliability also, and technical performance also. Another point I also will say that when people are making the specification, both for services and goods, please, across the board I can say, this needs a big change. So the way we came with the guideline long back, we came with a guideline called functional specs, performance specs, and then compliance with some international standards. So those are the things which has to be built into it. It should not be just given, this is the way I want it around. So allocating the weights to each points around. So this is where we need so. So this is the way when you're doing technical evaluations, you could do technical performance, product reliability, then there are sub-components of each one, lead time, content availability of spares around, the weight is given, and then depending on what scoring you do, multiplied by the weight, that gives you the score. Technical support, life cycle cost. I know one of you guys said in the morning when life cycle cost also became important, because somebody might be giving you economical, but then the life cycle of the product is only 3 years or 5 years or 6 years. So you have to look at it. And then also life cycle cost, we look at total cost of ownership. Initial price may be very less, but the maintenance cost may be very high, particularly when I'm buying generators, when I'm buying running components around. So that makes a difference around. These are the few things I think most of the people in procurement, I'm not saying they are the finest experts. The balance sheet part, profit and loss, if not this much, but at least they should know these two ratios. Current ratios, there are, I know, tons of ratios around. So at least the current ratio, I know in all MBA schools, they are taught this one. The current ratios, asset ratio. So I remember my timings in 80s in Syracuse University. So we used to cram all this here. What is the current ratio? What is the purpose? I'm sure many of you must be still doing it before you select a supplier. So current ratio is important around, asset ratio is very important around, which gives you the company is okay solvency wise. I don't want to give an order of a big amount and the company becomes bankrupt. I remember one contract was $75 million. We were laying down the overhead cables. So we wanted to check all these things around. Appraising supplier is a way of determining how a supplier will perform. A basis for developing a list of approved suppliers. A basis for developing supplier development program. Vendor rating system also. Now this one is again missing with many companies. So a short and start of business relationship. This is another thing which is coming up. I won't say it has still found its foot in the ground. We say that we only look at the capability in supplier appraisal. So we have done this identification of good suppliers. Now we identified their capabilities. Some suppliers are capable, there's no second thought. But they're not motivated to work for you. Your business is only 0.1% of their business. They don't care for you. A big order comes from another one, then your business is out. So that means lead time is disturbed totally. So that means you have to look into motivation. Now how that helps you in appraisal, let's say I've got 3 companies. One is a very big company and my business is very small. Another is another second company, a third company, but they're highly motivated to work with us. They are smart company, good company, great company, maybe a startup, and they are capable managers around. They are easy to motivate. They're motivated to work with us because our business, maybe 10% of their business, they're motivated. So then the chances of failures are less. So this is where I would love to hear from you guys. Do you think we can bring this concept of motivation? I know it is still academic. People have started trying in very few companies, even in the Western world. So it is still on the trial stage, but do you think this concept can be built in, the motivation part? Because you all know very well, even in your own family, you find the kid is very smart, very intelligent kid. But the guy is not motivated. So you may give as much work, the guy doesn't come, any output. So the motivation, your passion, sometimes capability may be less, but your motivation and passion is more, the performance could be more. So this is where I think we need to look around. And we tried this experiment for even recruitment purposes. You look at the CV of the guy, a great guy, wonderful background, but whether the guy is motivated to work with you, are you looking for a platform to rise? So keep in mind this factor as well. Appraisal criteria, obviously you look at the cost, you look at availability, you look at quality, service and responsibility. I'm skipping this because you all know very well these things. Capability assessment criteria. So this is where it goes. I've included this into the presentation because this presentation is for 2 days actually, let me tell you. So I'm given to you, if some later on has any question, come back to me. So these are the various weights, the ratings on different points: technology part, quality part, responsive part, delivery part, cost part, environmental. You talked about, some of you talked about sustainable part. So the rating for that and the weightage for that. The weightage is only 0.05. Still, if you look around, the weight is only 0.05. So that's the way it's only 5%. Business side, so total score is this. So this is how we score code of a typical company when you want to do it. I would say still this needs to be changed. I know we are moving from strategic sourcing, category management, but these micro detail of the suppliers still missing, I would say, many places. So I would say this needs to be revised and worked on. Now coming back to the next one, SRM. So if I look at the bigger picture of strategic and this, so here we talk about is the processes. SRM is a process. Now this SRM, what we are going to do is, again helps us, you know very well among us, even our personal life. If I'm in a bad timing and I've got a relationship with ex-friend or wife members, they will help you. And that means you keep you, even in the bad timing, they support you. Same way when relationships are good with a particular supplier, supplier knows very well, my future is linked with you. Relationship is bond is very good. So with that, when the supplier makes more profit, supplier becomes more productive, their cost goes down, they share with you the cost. So you are able to unlock the competitive advantage. So, but if you're dealing them with hire and fire approach, the guy does not know whether they will get business next year or not. So this is where we normally advise, even in strategic sourcing and category management. So when you are making a long-term agreements with them, think of 2 years, 3 years. So what we used to do first 2 years, or 1 year for trial. If it is done very good relationship, we extend by another 2 years. But this will not go for lifetime. Let's keep it very clear. It is not that it will go on for 10 years, but then this company will have to compete with others. So that's the way to unlock the competitive advantage. So this is where SRM helps us. So here we are talking of relationship, interactions with those people who gives you goods or services, and that interaction is giving the value to you. So if I go with the value part, the value is coming from spend, historical spend, demand management, and then also coming from market intelligence, and then also coming from SRM. And this you use on your personal life also. So SRM also plays a very important role. So what does SRM entails? Collaborating with the key suppliers, finding and obtaining additional value what you can get. Even if you have to develop the supplier, guide the supplier, and that any changes come, you will get the value. And this is the one which I think Japanese did very well. If you look around Toyota itself, is a mother company. All companies around it are like the kids, and they help them in building them. And once their performance goes better, and with their increased performance of the kids, the mother unit also get the benefit. So that's the way we look around, how we get additional value through that. Reducing supplier risk and improving performance. That's the way we look at it. Another approach comes up in traditional one, we are like this. There's an account manager from our sales guy from the company and your procurement guy only talk. But when we go to SRM, function to function, we are working together. If they are giving me something, let's say I'm dealing with one company who's giving me the air filter, or giving me the shock absorbers, or giving me the chips, or giving me something else, and those motherboard or something, then my R&D and their R&D work together. Procurement and we work together, operation to operation. So in the process, there's a sharing of knowledge. There's a sharing of building the another one. That's the way we look at it. So the whole role gets changed around. So again, SRM, the benefits of category management, SRM is part of it. Now we come to contract segmentation part. So contract management and this. I will focus SRM on strategic supply and development. The one which is purely for the contract related. The focus is on cost. Focus is on compliance. That means the transactional supplier, the routine supplier, preferred supplier because I have multiple choices, although the value is big. I will follow with the contract. But this is the one where I need relationship. So relationship is the one where I've got one strategic mean high cost, high risk. Development mean high risk and low cost. So basically the common parameter in this one is SRM is the high risk area. So wherever I got a high risk, RV should work very nicely to move from high risk to low risk. If item is a strategic supplier, and the day I build up two more suppliers, then strategic moves to preferred supplier. So my approach changes. So SRM is basically where the risks are bigger. So this is where again I can divide those whole supplier management activities around. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 1's innovations, strategic supplier, continuous improvement, value creation. So the person who's dealing with these suppliers should have a knack for it. Everybody can't do it, let's be honest. So in your own team, you will find some people have a knack for it. They love to work with suppliers, they love to develop, they want to create values. So you need to have that type of thing. And who are technically also strong. Tier 2. Tier 2 is the one who's focusing on performance. Guys, I want this performance. You promised me this. And I'm also looking at the risk part. The Tier 3 is the lowest edge. The number is bigger. That's why the pyramid, if you look, Tier 3 is a bigger number. In those Tier 3, my focus is on contract managing the contract. On compliance part, tomorrow when audit comes, they will say, have you done this, this, this. So Tier 1 is typically strategic supplier. Tier 2 is the next one. And the last Tier 3 is the routine, where I'm only worried about the compliance part. So this is the same story I put into the pyramid part. Same approach, what type of relationship to have. Some place you want competition. Some place you become alliance, you become preferred supplier. So those preferred supplier, you will send a note to them, guys, congratulations, you are our preferred supplier and we will work together, and that's the way we go. Then comes the contract management and SRM. SRM delivers value over and above agreed minimum level. You know very well, your friends can go above the board to help you. Same way with those suppliers which are strategic supplier, development supplier, they will work very well if you are maintaining it. And SRM focuses attention on the whole value stream. So SRM can ensure become organization of the choice. So let supplier also feel proud, because you are also dividing, let's be very honest. You are saying, guys, these two type of groups are, I'm looking at compliance and contract management and performance. This is the group I'm focusing on because they are risk oriented, they are innovations. I'm focusing on relationship. Let supplier feel proud that you are the organization of choice and they will love to work with you. That's the type of outcome should come. So you have selections, you have evaluation, you have strategic, but keep in mind, water can't be stationary. This will start sinking. It'll start stinking. So you have to find some suppliers who are not improving, who are not changing with the time. That has to go on. The cycle should move. So that is very important around. If you want to be innovative, you want to be successful, that cycle should move all the time. Let supplier be not complacent, and you should also not become too biased. So let the new experiments come. I know sometimes we don't want to try experiments. We think, oh, this may be failure. This is the one same thing I've combined together around strategy on one side and type of structures around. So this is where you need, now depending on this, you have to decide whether you want a cross-functional, you want decentralized, centralized. So I would say the one which are strategic item, you should do cross-functional. Or centralized other one, which are again risk oriented. Risk is high, but the one which are low risk, low values, decentralized, make a catalog. Give them Amazon experience, like you and me do the shopping. Let your customer, let your stakeholder buy themselves. And the one with the high spend and low risk, simplify, simplify, simplify. And that simplification means you can use reverse auction. The places, the type of relationship, you will have a partner relationship. You will have a just buy off and on, manage the risk. So different approaches of this. So your sourcing strategies, combination of two, relationship and the one. Okay, guys, this brings us to the polls as, okay, you have some points around. Let me go through it. Okay. Okay, Mr. Majid Khan has come up the challenge I face that my clients, even understanding the use of 4 to 5 forces, they don't know how to measure each force. Would request if you could provide some more details on PSM. Now, I mean, you need much more data around. To use it, you are right. At the end of the day, you need a data. What is if I see, let's say, India market, I'm taking any X item. What is the share of my procurement? If I'm buying 20% of that, like say I'm in the real estate construction business, I'm buying 20% of the steel in India. Whatever steel production is going on, I'm buying. Let's say 100 million ton is the production of the steel companies, 20 million ton I'm buying. Then I've got 20 people who are others who are buying some 5 million, this, that. Naturally, I'm the biggest. My force, my power is bigger. I can negotiate. If I tell them, guys, if you don't cut the price, if you don't give me the delivery as per my requirements, if you don't give quality as per my requirement, I'm going to get out of it. I have choices. So naturally, they will listen to you, then you have a much bigger power. Power does not mean that you have to misuse it. Other guy also has to make a margin, but then you're able to come to something better compromise. So it depends. You have to know your power yourself. I think this is where we miss. Sometime, let's say if I'm buying 1,000 laptops, how many laptops are sold in the market? How many players are there around? What is my share around? So ultimately, you have to identify your way. Then you also have to find who are the new people coming up. So understanding those 5 forces, I know I'm not saying it's easy. It's a big challenging task, as Majid you said, but you need to collect the data, at least for high value items. Strategic, I'm not saying for all items, then you can't finish your job. If you take up the key critical items which are coming under the 80-20, 20% of the contract, but 80% of the values, those places you need to do that economics part. Then you can say, guys, whether I'm strong or not. So it is, now I think Suroj has very well clarified. It is classic supply matrix is same, yes. And then Sandeep has come up, excellent information. Okay. Anything else I missed out? Otherwise, I'll take up back later on after the Q&A session. So let's start with the poll as icebreaker. Okay, guys, I think most of you are done. So let's go with the first one. What is the purpose of supply positioning? Obviously, supply positioning, you're trying to position the supplier based on risk and spend and develop procurement strategy. That is the objective behind it. So the purpose of supply positioning is just to structure between the two parts. I know some people have mentioned, so I know it's very gray line I could call, because purpose is to position, the word is position, the supplier, based on this, classify them based on that. Then based on that, the next step comes, you make a strategy. So all of the above could be also right, but I think I would go, if I go with the language there, I'm just saying positioning. Positioning means I'm positioned based on classification. Okay, does your procurement process takes into account Peter Classic model matrix? I think majority have said, 86% said yes. I'm very happy if you guys are using it on a regular basis before you finalize the journey part. Do you agree that the motivation should be 100% said yes? But my worry is how to do it. I want to hear honestly from any one of you who has implemented this. So that is the one I would love to hear from most of any one of you who has done it, because this part I'm eager in India, and 1 or 2 companies have done it abroad, but here I want to hear who has done. So that part I need. Okay, 2 participants raise their hand. Do you want to share?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi everyone, Pramod here. I would like to share that I worked with Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Mumbai,
Okay.
where we used to organize vendor meets. Initially, it was called as vendor meets, and then we used to call it partners meet instead of vendors. And every year, based on our vendor ratings, we used to call all our strategic key vendors, maybe around 80 or 90 odd vendors who are most important to our business, and we used to give them presentation what was our last year's business performance, what is our future plan, so that they can also align their resources in line with our business plan. And we used to give them a small token of appreciation, like some memento and all, so which plays a key role according to me to motivate the vendors.
Okay. No, good. I think, Pramod, I'll just a little bit change in this point. Second, there was second guy also. I know, only one. Okay, one more. If anyone wants to say more, I think not that. Yaj, Muhammad Yaj, you have something? Okay, yeah. No. Okay, no worry. So let me put this way around. I think you have to look at one word. I use the word call. I mean, you are rightly said motivation, which is very good. You have hired somebody, then you're motivating them to stay with you. Pramod has answered very correctly. That's a beautiful thing, which I know many companies does it. I'm saying key element in addition to capability for appraisal. You have to keep in mind the word is appraisal. Appraisal is done before they become vendor, before they become your partner, before they become your even approved supplier. Appraisal means you're shortlisting it. So in the shortlisting stage, motivation, the guy is really motivated guys to work with you. So that's the key thing I have a difficulty. Once I got 100 suppliers, I motivate them. That is a management taking the efforts. Here I want to find their capability. So this was the issue word. I think you have to focus on appraisal word, not after contract. After contract is a different story.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Good. Never mind. I think this is tricky sometime. So next one is we have got the, do you agree that SRM is an integral part of the category management? I think majority said yes, 95%. Great. Because without then the category management is not complete. Then you are not the CEO of the category. Now your CEO means you are accountable for everything. Are you using any SRM tools to use this dynamic process? 57% said yes. I'm very happy that you have the tools for that. But I think it's a great, I mean, today's what everybody need to have some apps around to do this. Thanks everyone. And then we switch over to the next. Okay, before I come to the session 4, let me just recap what we did. Very first session, you all are very conversant, strategic sourcing, category management, evolution, fine. Then we went to the session 2, we talked about the concept of spend and those things around. Session 3, we have gone through it. Now session 3, we went through the spend analysis, sorry, we went through the 2x2 matrix, Peter Classic model, which is the basic thing. Then we said around what is the strategy I should have it to procure. We went through other issue as well. Now we are implementing and managing the contract management side. So we identified the suppliers, we identified everything. The very thing first starts with negotiation and contracting. Negotiation means I've identified the supplier. Now I want to negotiate. I might have identified 3. So I want to negotiate and then finalize with 1. And then I want to say, guys, I want to measure and monitor the strategies. And then improve the enhanced performance. And the last is the digital. So this is my last session in this, I'll cover up. So the very first thing is understanding negotiation. We use the word persuasion. We use the word haggling. We use the word influence. We use the word negotiation. We play all games. I would say negotiation should be the next step. If you can persuade something in the beginning, end of it. Haggling to me is a roadside type thing around, or even old-fashioned procurement. Somebody gives you some price. You say, guys, no, give me some discount. It's more of a haggling. And if I know this supplier, this company is going to haggle, I will already increase the price and then haggle and keep both of them happy. That the guy will go and tell, sir, I have got 10% discount. Haggling to me is a little unprofessional. Both sides. Supplier also keep margin sometime for haggling. So haggling is the one which we do in our day-to-day personal life. That is fine. Persuasion is a wonderful tool. Negotiation, I would say, sometimes during negotiation also you can use persuasion. You can also use influence. Influence can come, let's say one of your big companies, you are a big company, let's say X, Y company, say guys, my procurement volume is around $2 billion. If you do well with us, you can be assured that you will get regular business with us. You become our partner. So in one way you are influencing the guy. So there are many ways. Your persuasion is another one. So I'll come back to all of them. The types of negotiation and negotiation process. I mean, this itself is a 2-day session. I'll get the key points around which I want to touch. Negotiation is a way of life. All of us do negotiation daily basis. You know very well. At home, we do with our spouses. We do with our kids. We always show them the carrot. That if you get 99% marks, I'll get you bicycle. I'll get you mobile phone. We use negotiation very commonly in our things. And we also use negotiation on the roadside also. When we are taking 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, whatever. But that culture is, I think that is in our DNA. Let me be vague. And makes us a good negotiator. I'm very proud of it. That's why if I look in Silicon Valley, 25% of the entrepreneurs are Indians. Because the negotiation skill has been built from India itself. So key objective is to get the best possible long-term and short-term agreement based on TCO. Now there's a traditional negotiations. Traditional negotiation is more of a haggling type, which I would say 60 to 70% company does that. You give them the offer, immediately they'll come back. This seems to be high. Can you cut down something? The guy has not seen the micro level cost. The guy has not seen into this. It's a but practice. And then the supplier also knows very well, sir, okay, for you, I'm doing 5%. You are my best. So that is a very traditional negotiation. And half the discussion was less than honest. Let me be honest with you. So that means when we do traditional negotiation, then both sides are dishonest. So that's a way around. Then we come to, I'll touch the other issues around. When we talk of negotiation, if you want this to be effective, very powerful, effective means you need to do a good preparation. So before you write to someone that you cut down this, do your homework. Is it the right price? How does it compare with others around? What are the cost components around? Ask the cost component if you want. Plan yourself before you discuss. Develop strategies and tactics. Each company's strategies are different. If I'm working with Dell and I'm dealing with Intel, my strategy is different. If I'm dealing with a plastic component company, my strategy is different. In some cases, my tactics will be different. I'm dealing with a foreign supplier, let's say from X country or Y country, my strategy would be different. And face-to-face skill. I'm dealing with some group, face-to-face. I'm not only going on speaking something, I'm looking at the body language as well. Whether this person is liking my words or not. If I say first word, I'm sorry, this price is too high. Then I look at the face of the other guy. Is the guy cool? The cool means the guy has got some provision. The other guy is disturbed because that guy has given you the lowest price and you are saying it is the highest price. The guy is disturbed. You can make a lot from the face-to-face language. So psychology part, which I remember in the college and engineering, we never were taught about this psychology. But when I came to this profession, supply chain profession, I felt psychology is very, very important. To read the people, to understand the people before you say anything around. So the tactical negotiation, I think I've explained you already. I don't need to say much. Strategic negotiation. This is where you do your proper homework. You ask for the cost details around. You want to make a strategic relationship. Because this is not about the cost, it is the future relationship. So you will ask for all the details. You have to justify it to your management. I know very well, you will say there's only one supplier. But to justify it to the management, the supplier is asking for 15% increase, raise, and you want to have a collaborative approach, you want to have a partnership approach, but then you have to get the component there. So that's where it becomes strategic. You have to do the homework and come with that. When not to negotiate. It's a time-consuming process, let's be very honest. If you can achieve the objective without negotiating, that means you can persuade somebody. If the objective is not worth the time and effort for negotiating. If you have compelling alternatives to negotiating. If you have done something, I've got alternatives around, then I will not waste too much time. If you risk losing too much by negotiating, only one choice, and if I too much negotiate, I spoil my relationship also. If the other party acts in bad faith unethically. So in those cases where the other party is working unethically, they tell you everything will be done. Don't worry, sir. You want one day delivery, we'll give you. You want this, we'll do this. Sometimes they're unethical. They don't tell you the honest figures around. If waiting, basically doing nothing, may improve your position, for instance. So when not to negotiate, you have to get some ideas around. I would say wherever you can persuade somebody, go with the persuasion. If not, then go with the full negotiation process. Now the process is, these I think everybody should know the 7 steps. The goals, what do you want to achieve? Is your problem with the quality? Is your problem with the delivery? Is your problem with the terms and conditions? Is your problem with the price? You define your points around. Organization and preparation. Develop your group. Which one is going to sit and do it? Don't take a team which is countering everybody around. Your team has to work like a one team. If you are the leader, your team should have the ideas around, but they can come and tell you separately, but not counter each other in the group. So you need to prepare the team. Everybody should be knowing the goal of the purpose, of what we are going to do, and what role each one will play should be very clear. Entering the negotiation conversation. If I'm sitting from the supplier side and you are sitting at the buyer side, I will easily make it out that you guys are not speaking the same tone. And some people I will try to praise them and put them into my group indirectly. So you have to be very careful entering the negotiation conversation, analyzing the phase of negotiation, and finally conclusion of the negotiation and post-processing of the negotiation. So that's what it is. After you've done the negotiation, you have to record it and submit it. So this step I think remains universal, no second thought. Sometimes we do with emails, sometimes we do with the phones, and now with the work from home, it's becoming on emails, phones, or Zoom, or whichever you may call around. So that is also becoming around. I would say if it is a complex one, do it through the proper video conference where you can read the faces of the people around. If you can't read the people faces, I think difficult to negotiate. So I would say you want to read people, you want to see the people when you say something. So that's where my advice, but small low values I'm sure you're doing with emails, but keep in mind documents should be recorded. That's where it is. Planning stage, preparation stage, you need to do your homework. If it's a quality issue, delivery issue, contractual issues, wherever I have come across, issues used to be 2. Quality means it should conform to one standard. Delivery part, intellectual property rights in the contractual terms, liability clause, liquidated damages, and financial terms, they want within 30 days, and my company says 45 days or 60 days, are price. So that's what we do. So negotiation approach, each approach is different. So when you're doing with the strategic item, again with the Peter Krasik model, relationship objective is long-term, and collaborative relationship. Leverage means I'm not looking at a long term. I have a choices, limited and most likely short term. I'll do it for 6 months. And acquisition also. And when you're doing long term, keep in mind, if you're doing for 2 years, 3 years, price are dynamics, they're changing. As I was telling you, when we had a contract of $75 million for putting down the overhead cables with so many towers and cables, 3,000 long cables, the cable has got copper, plastics, then we have got towers with steel. Every price was changing. Every month they were changing. And then we did also for the crude oil with one company, with diesel with one company for our vehicles. They're all fluctuating. So we used to link with the benchmark. So in case of metals, we could do with London Metal Exchange. This price I'm fixing with this. If this price goes up, accordingly this price goes up, depending on the weight. So you have to come with that approach. So same way in the case of acquisition, leverage is short term. I won't have to bother around, maybe 3 months, 6 months, and I'm doing reverse auction. So I'm not much worried around. Strategic parts, certainly I need to make long term means I have to think of my future saving. Strategy means roadmap. All of us make strategy in our own personal life. My strategy to grow in the career is this is my strategy. The real thing doesn't happen as per you. We all know very well. But then you have to do tactics. You make a strategy with one company, but then there could be wrong from the supplier or wrong from your side. So strategy fails. So then you need to think of a tactics around how to get it done, how to get over this, how to get over the other things around. And that's the way. So strategy and tactics, it's in our personal life also, company's life also. And as you grow in your careers, they become very part of you. So there are 5 strategies, type of approaches around for negotiations. One is collaborate. Win-win. I want to win and I want the other guy to also win. Good friendly relationship. Then there's a defeat. I want to be winner at any cost because I have got choices. Fire and fire. Because you feel that you are the winner and other ones. So that's a defeat approach, which will never get the other guy motivated to work with you. So I think that's the way we have to look around. So you have to think of, I would say if I had to look at the choices, the collaborate is the best one. It's a win-win situation. You might be more powerful, but that doesn't help you for a long. The world is changing too fast. So the collaborative part, the win-win situation is very important. So some people love to be because they are very autocratic. They want to be winner all the time. There are sometimes people are so good, they want to accommodate you everywhere. But that accommodation only helps you if in the long term you feel this will help you. And then there's an in-between path also, that's a compromise. So among the 4, there's an in-between path, there's compromise. So different style, different approaches for strategic approaches. So if I have to say in one line, collaborative is the best one. So you can work, so your company is not loser, they are not loser. You try to build relationship. So that relationship will add value to your process. So this is where I think the process, we have gone through it already. Keep in mind this word, I want to touch it again, the word background. So whenever you're doing negotiation, you must have at your back best alternative negotiated agreement. If you don't have agreement, any alternative around what you can negotiate, nothing. If I'm a supplier, I know very well that you don't have a choice. I'm the most powerful. I will not listen to you. Negotiation will be blind negotiation. I'm not even listening because I know. So whenever you do negotiation, you must have at your back alternative to that. An alternative to a negotiated agreement, which is the best one, not the worst one. So if you have a best alternatives, then you open the cards, other guy will listen here. So try to make yourself more powerful this way. Okay, that is on the negotiation. And after the negotiation, you make a contract. So I'm not getting into the detail of the contracts around, but contract means you have your standard templates. So that's what we look at. Then we're coming into performance management. So supplier performance management, I think, is a very tricky part. You make a contract, and if I don't measure the performance, that's why I'm sure in your own office, all of you have got KPIs. So when you look at the performance of any staff member at the end of the year, or when you want to motivate, as Pramod was talking around, for motivating a supplier has done a wonderful job, given you innovative products around, you want to give them award, you want to appreciate them. So that way you're ensuring the motivation. But here what we're talking around is a way of capturing, measuring it, analyzing it, and reporting. But I cannot measure and I can't capture until I give them what I want. So that means I need to have a yardstick for performance. I give a contract to someone, and same thing we do with the staff also. There has to be benchmark. This is the output I need. This is the milestone for you. This is the delivery period. This is the price part. This is the quality part. So once you have defined those, and if the guy is deviating, there has to be, I won't say punishment per se, but after measuring, then you have to take some action. So that means you need an SPM approach. And even if I say SRM and SPM are linked together, without SPM, I can't think of a relationship. If the guy's performance is really below the mark, and now you want to make a relationship of win-to-win collaborative approach, no. If performance is below the mark, then the relationship would be totally different time. Nothing to do with collaborative approach. No win-win. So that's the way you say win-lose then. Endeavor of SPM is to ensure a long and sustainable supply base. So this is where you need a sustainable, and sustainable comes with win-win situation. And those who are bad performers, they are out. Bring the new performers. That's the way it is. Supplier performance can also be termed as appraisal of the performance. For appraisal, you need the yardstick. You need the criteria around. That's what we look at. Now here we come the prerequisite of performance. So basically for each category, I need to develop a scorecard. Here, each category guy, if I'm dealing with IT equipments, my scorecards are different. I'm dealing with legal services, my scorecards are different. I'm dealing with training services as a learning department, my scorecards are different. So each one has to develop their own scorecards. I know many companies I've seen around, they develop the scorecard and very generic, and those generic can be interpreted different way. So now I think we all have matured enough. So our scorecard should be depending on each category, no one size for all. Then we need involved internal business stakeholders. Let's be honest, we alone cannot be the master of everything. We depend on other people. External stakeholders, which could be supplier, internal stakeholders. My internal stakeholders are equally important around the guy who's in the R&D, who's in the production, who's in the sales. These are also very important around. So when I make a criteria around, don't make out of your own wishful thinking, involve them. If you don't involve them, later on, if anything goes wrong, they'll say, who made it? So it's a team spirit again. So that means it's a cross-functional approach. So we have to get out of our cabins, make a relationship with everybody. Focus on the critical few KPIs. So you might be having many, but I would say that sometimes we lose oversight when there are too many. Take 4 or 5, not more than 5. If you're putting 10 of them, 20 of them, it becomes too big. I'll show you the list of 11 KPIs, and I would love to know which are the one top you would like to have. Select KPIs within the organization controls. If it is not in your control, what can you do? Then don't take them. Use a mix of both quantitative and qualitative. I would say love to go for, as being an engineer, I would love to go with the quantitative. But everything is not logic. Life is not full logic. Let me make very clear. Some people think it's a fully logic. And then there are qualitative KPIs. And then incorporate KPIs into contracts and SLAs. So those KPIs should be built into the contracts and SLA. If my performance is, I don't want any drop down of internet should work 24/7, it should build into the SLAs. So that indicator will go into the SLAs. Automate data collection, aggregations, and reporting. Now this data collection, if I have to depend again on the size of the company, I'm not saying one size for all. If companies is 20,000 people spread over 40 plants around, 40 countries around, then data collection has to be done like a control tower. Then I have to use IoT and other things around to collect the information immediately. It should come automated information. I should have a real-time information. Because to collect the data, if it takes me 6 months, then it is too late. Honestly, when we were discussing a report, it took them 2 years to make a report. And I told them, my friend, the discussion which we had yesterday, 2 years it has taken to make a report. By now, the things have changed after COVID-19. So you may have to rework on something based on new normal. So keep that factor in mind. I know we want new normal. That means we want data very important for us. So small companies, they may do with a spreadsheet, but the big companies, if they can go with automation, they can go with digitizations, great. Coming back to this one point which came around was the logic part when I was talking around qualitative, quantitative. My request to all of you would be, I think since you're, I think we'll be very happy. We have developed, you may call a game or you may call as a test, psychometric test. And that psychometric test will help you to understand your style of negotiation. So any one of you want to know your style of negotiation, I'll be very happy that you can tell to Arun and he'll give access to you. And it will not take you more than 25 minutes. 25 minutes is a psychometric test, approved in the long back, tested, tried for the last 15 years. And we have been using it now. So let Arun know in case you want to access your negotiation style. I would say your all procurement people should go through that. I think it will be very interesting to know what type of style your people have. Are they deal maker? Are they one who are doing negotiation on a strategy basis? Are they working on? You will get a wonderful input on that. We also got another ones called maturity model. So if you want to know the maturity of your department, procurement function, that also you can ask Arun. It will take you half an hour. It's a psychometric test. I know, I remember my timing when I joined Tata's, the very beginning as a management training, we went through the psychometric test for leadership. So nowadays, I think it should be common in your generation, everybody going through the psychometric test. It gives a wonderful input, I would say. So those of you who want to know psychometric test, two at least I can help, which we have developed from our organizations. Because we are connected with ISM USA, you know, we get a lot of inputs. So 2 tests are there with us. If anyone wants to test, you're welcome to connect Arun on this part. SPM steps, definition of the strategy, evaluation criteria, collect and analyze the performance reports, measure the reports, performance reports, and this one. Now, this is where I would love to hear from Pramod. I know you came with a good point on Godrej. Do you have a really structured performance report? So maybe once I finish this, Pramod, you want to chip in now? Go ahead, don't worry. You have a structured approach?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't get you. Can you please?
Okay, my point is that now we are talking, you were saying that you are motivating supplier, a good supplier. Now that motivation will depend on the performance, am I right?
Yes.
Now performance, do you have something, steps like this?
Yes, sir. To evaluate the performance, the system which we followed, I just want to elaborate in brief. It was purely based on 4 aspects. 1 is cost, 2 is quality, 3 is on-time delivery, and 4th one is post-sale support.
Okay.
So cost and on-time delivery, we used to get an automated report from our ERP system based on their delivery performance against the committed lead times. And for quality, it was from our inward quality inspection department, where they used to do a separate vendor-specific quality rating reports based on the percentage of rejection and deviations and their response with corrective and preventive action plans. So all together, we used to compile this information in Excel, and there was a vendor-specific scorecard,
Okay.
based on which we used to identify best performing vendors, of course, amongst the most strategic vendors, because we had almost 1,000+ vendors. So based on their value and criticality to business, we used to evaluate strategic key vendors for appreciation every year.
Okay, good. I mean, similar thing we had done long back on the vendor rating philosophy on performance part. So we have different parameters, as you said, around, and those performance are, some parameters come from the ERP or whatever system you have, and some you have to collect, and then make it the two things together. Okay, guys, let me go to the other now, how to document this. So you can go point by point. I think already I've touched on these points, so you can, the challenges which we have. The disparate system, you might be having big companies, one might be using Oracle, one might be using this, one might be using different systems. So many companies have been acquired, you know very well. You are a big company, then you acquire 3 companies. Disparate system, same supplier working for 3. So collecting that is becoming problem for top Fortune 500 company. Other companies, not a big issue for that. Lack of management commitment for a robust SPM. Lack of consistent process, lack of scorecards, KPIs, lack of quality information, lack of information, and lack of mechanism to record reviews, meeting, and track action. So I'm sure there are the challenges which we have around. Now, one challenge which I feel with many companies have, this, which is becoming very popular after the COVID-19, the ecosystem. The word ecosystem, everybody is talking about. Now, supplier ecosystem, is your supplier ecosystem connected with you? Since you have an ERP, I don't know, I would love to listen from you guys, because ERP to me, since I've been involved in implementing in 2005, I think it is becoming now sometime a dinosaur. ERP is wonderful to connect your enterprise. You want to keep your secret information within your enterprise, no second thought, is a wonderful tool. But when you want to deal as a procurement head or a category head with supplier, you want real-time information, then you need supplier getting connected with you. So I would love to hear when I come to digitization, keep your points ready on that. I would love to hear on that part as well, because that could also help you in getting good SPM. Supplier performance, okay, this is, I think, just a data, nothing more, how much saving you can bring around. Okay, the steps, establish a matrix part, measure the reports. I mean, same points I'm trying to put into 3 areas around. So the matrix is the first thing. I think Pramod said that they have already the matrix based on quality, based on price, based on after-sales service. Then they're looking at the outputs, and then they're coming with the supplier improvement plans. So this is what I understood from Pramod. I mean, some they're awarding them, they're doing a wonderful job. Others to learn from them, and for some, I'm sure there must be some supplier whom they want to develop. Some they'll say, guys, bye-bye, but some they have no choices. They would like to improve them and develop them. So improvement plans has to be tracked also. So this is the same story, but let me see, defining KPIs. Now KPIs are the wonderful things. KPIs basically it has a metric and target, both. There's a metric and a target. Metric means you want to find what is happening with this number of calls. How many are being answered in 3 minutes? The target you get, guys, every call must be answered within 3 minutes. So the target becomes your target, and metrics together become the KPI. So KPIs reports the variance between the actual value of metrics and the target. This provides a quick way I would say this is the vital ingredient of business intelligence cocktail. So KPIs are very, very important. I'm sure all of you have got the KPIs. Any procurement business, any supply chain business, they must set up their KPIs. So if I put up the KPIs part, this is how it comes up. You have different business processes. Business process for SRM, business process for sourcing, different process for evaluation, different processes. Because procurement alone is not one process. Procurement has got sub processes. Now those sub processes you want to measure. And now those measure you want to have a matrix. And then for matrix you want to have a target. And that target has to match with the business goal. So the business goal is there. Is it matching or not? So you have to draw a bigger roadmap like this. Guys, how many processes I have got? And each process, what do I want to measure in SRM? What do I want to measure in registration process? What do I want to measure in approval process? So each one has a measure. Then based on the measure, you make a metric. And metric and then KPI come the next one. KPI means you put a performance indicator, target around. So target and matrix go together as a metric. So this is where I want, each one should do it on. I know many people are falling from others. So this is the one which have been developed by AQSCR. They have developed a broad framework for KPIs. Something to do with quality, something to do with service, something to do with the cost, something to do with innovation, something to do with the regulatories, and something to do with assurances. You could use this framework, which has been developed by international standards, or you could do your own designing depending on your different function. Let's say within procurement, I've got 100 people working with me. 5 people are dealing with registration. Registration has their own process. Another team is dealing with appraisal. Third is dealing with awarding the contract. Fourth is doing analytic, intelligence part. So each one could have measures and targets separately. But this gives you broad framework developed by international society. So that's the way it is. Now here are the key KPIs. Please go through each one of them. I'll put a whole question on this. First thing is compliance, because everybody is worried about their auditors. So there has to be the KPIs on compliance. Supplier defect rate. The very compliance rate, when I say around, let's say if a company I'm working where strategic sourcing is there, they have done a contract with a company, long-term contract, but my country office are ignoring it. They are placing an order with the local one. Oh no sir, we are able to get much faster. So they're not complying with that. If out of 1,000 items which I buy, I've got long-term arrangement for 100, but only 20% are followed, 80% are not followed, my compliance rate is poor. And why it is poor? Is my long-term agreement bad? Is my strategic sourcing bad? Is my category management bad? So compliance rate is one. Supplier defect rate. PO and invoice accuracy. Third could be the rate of emergency purchases. If every day you have a firefighting, something is wrong, let me be honest. You got a ready-made production system. I can understand your demand is changing every day. But even if demand is changing, sometime I've seen in one company, I was in Pune with one of the companies around. By the time sales get the idea, the demand is changing. The moment it goes to the production people, it takes 2 months. If it takes 2 months, then you're creating a firefighting. Another company I saw around, it takes from requisition till placement of order 40 days. Big company. That means you're taking 40 days to make a PO, and for delivery you are making a crisis. That means lead time is not meaning to you. When you can take 40 days to place an order, something is wrong with you, and then you want within 1 week delivery. You want one yesterday delivery. So lead time is also important. So these are the things which I want the heads of the procurements, who are going to be the future CEO of the company, should look into and convince the top bosses, guys, we can't work on a firefighting mode daily basis. PO cycle time, vendor availabilities, cost per invoice and POs. This one I have asked many people around. what is the cost of making a PO form? Some people told me 5,000, somebody told me 6,000 rupees to process the PO. Not what is the amount of the PO, I'm not getting into that. I'm just to process them. How can we change it? If I'm heading as a procurement head, before me it was costing 7,000 rupees from requisition till placement of order. And then if I can cut down from 7,000 to 3,000, I've earned my salary. So this is where I need around. And I did the same when I was moved as a director for in New York. Then I asked the first question, guys, can you tell me what are the means? I'm talking of 1999. The cost was $100, roughly $100. Then I got an idea around that we are buying worth $20 item, spending $100 to make the purchase order. Something is wrong. And I came with the concept of purchase card. I'm talking of 99. Then spend under management, procurement return on investments and benefits, price competitiveness. If my competitor is able to get the same item, one thing is that if you are in the business world, even in my own business, I have to keep an eye on who's my competitor in a healthy way. We want to know what they are doing around, what we are doing around, what is their price they are paying for it, what price we are paying for it. I think that part we are very negligent. We don't even care. Procurement salespeople don't care. They only know their expenses. But as a competitor, I also want to know if I'm making, let's say, air conditioner, my competitor is making air conditioner. They are also buying compressor. I'm also buying compressor. What price they are paying around, I need to know it. So that's a competitiveness is important. These KPIs can be split broadly, if I say, into 3 areas around quality part, improved delivery, and sale. They're all interdependent. Keep in mind, they're not unique, they're not in silos, they're all interdependent. So I will have later on one whole question on this to get some feel from you guys. Then comes the service level. Service level is very, very important, particularly when you're buying services. I still have to, I would say the type of contracts I've seen around 10 to 15% service contract have service level. Others are not well defined. So I think there's a need to define the service level agreement. And that service level agreement should be part of the contract. It should not be one line. It has to be a separate agreement and should be part of the contract. The purpose of the SLA is to specify the performance expectations, responsibilities, metrics, and understanding of improve each party ability to reach intended goals. So this is where we need to spell it out. The templates are available. If somebody needs, I'll be very happy to share. There are standard templates available for this. Coming back to the examples part, I think this was the only reason I put it up. Some people write, vendor shall provide the service set forth in addendum 1. No, I would prefer all SLA should be independently. The wording should be the vendor shall. Just the word shall, I'm trying to re-emphasize it in all your emails, all your contracts. Use the word shall, not the will. Shall is more legally binding. Don't say my company shall. Your company, when you're writing around, you'll say will, and for the vendor, you should use the word shall. The vendor shall provide the services set forth in the SLA, attached here to and copied as addendum. So you have to put in a different way. Okay, guys, the key requirements: services and objectives, performance requirements, performance metrics, performance measurements, accountability. Now, the last which I'm touching on this, I cannot avoid it because we are all into the COVID-19. We're talking of transparency, transparency, transparency. We're talking of visibility end to end. And one side, we're becoming category managers. And if as a category manager, I'm not having visibility end to end, first I have to improve my process. So improve my process, make it more smarter, then move into digital world. Don't change the existing process into digital, then it's not worth it. It's a waste of time. So digital transformation is a focus, I would say. And Obviously, this will help you to get visibility gap will go away. End-to-end visibility would be there. You will have the data, knowledge of the ecosystem. That is only possible if ecosystem is connected with you, which is not possible in your ERP. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've been in this business for many, many years. I started with EDI development standards. I developed with UNSPSC. So the way I see around ecosystem connection, I know IT people will say this is also possible. Everything is possible, but what cost around? So knowledge of the ecosystem you want, so then that's very important around. This is a framework which is established one. If you want to become digital enabler, the very first thing is supplier innovation management. Now, if that's the one, you need to crowd things. So you have to get startups, crowding, getting some new ideas around from them, digital supply chain integrations, integrating end to end. Silos has to get out. I think we are still in silos. If you ask in a procurement, I'm dealing with only registration, I'm dealing with this. The guy doesn't have end-to-end connections. So each is a small silos. So digital category and supplier management. I'm sure those who are doing ERP, if supplier comes to you, because they know you only. So what happened to my payments? You have to go and ask the accounts people. E-invoicing is still not started in many companies. Some have started already in India. So if e-invoicing is there, you can see sitting online whether the payment is made or not. The visibility is missing. Then the big data analytics, I think we have talked a lot already on this. Then purchase digital P2P. Now digital P2P, let's be honest, with years to come, this is going to change to RPA, robotic process automation. So be ready for it. But the human element will be required more in the strategic side. Human element, knowledge will be required more on the knowledge management side. So those profiles will become very powerful. Strategically linked leadership. And lastly, but not the least, is you have to be agile. You can't be rigid organization. Now, when we look at the organization as a consultant, when we visit around, if some company does not change their procedures in 5 years, I would say they are left behind. You might have been doing wonderful job for the last 10 years. I'm not questioning it. But today's world is different. Every 5 years, you need change. Change is constant. So that means your organization, guidelines, procedures must change. So if you're not changing, you're becoming redundant. So very good fundas is disrupt yourself. If you don't disrupt yourself, somebody will disrupt you. Some competitor will come and disrupt you. So please disrupt, find the new ways to work around. Why this industry 4.0? Everybody knows it. This is there in the game. When industry becomes 4.0, supply chain has to become 4.0. Supply chain means procurement has to become 4.0. So digital transformations is buzzword everywhere you may call around. But concepts has to be built in. I would say some people still feel it's a waste of money, it's a sinkhole. For some people, it's a ladder, and those who will move faster on this. If you look at this whole technology world, I remember in 2009, 2010, when I was leaving my previous job, cloud was thought as a buzzword. Nobody was going into this. 2011, 12, IBM came with the clouds. Microsoft came with the cloud. Amazon came in a big way with the clouds. Now you can see the difference. Amazon is one of the top companies because of those systems. So in the good old days, everybody said, no, we have to sit on our own system. I don't want this information to go out. I know banks are still backward on that part, but other companies are changing very fast. Nobody wants to have. We had 100 people working as IT people with us. Then we thought IT is not our cup of tea. Our job is development. Why not I outsource to an IT company? So they will have servers, they will have everything. I remember the servers room I have seen that time. Beautiful air-conditioned room, and one server is down, activities are down. And all the time thinking of backup. So please, the world has changed a lot. So I would say for those of you who think it is a sinkhole, which you are getting sucked into it, don't actually know what you're doing. There's a good news, you are not alone. I agree with you, the success rate in digital transformation has not been so good. It is around 50%, 40% in some cases, maybe 60%. But now I think the success rate was poor because people never changed the process. They kept the old inefficient process. And on inefficient process, they want to bring digital transformation, then that's a recipe for sink. So please, if you want to get into digital transformation, and we are doing one project with one company, I will told them that you will not go into digital transformation until you change your process. So change your process, make it efficient, and then move into digital transformation. So another word I want to clarify to many of you: digitization, digitalization, and transformation. Digitization is a very simple example. I always tell them one country office, I went around to Philippines. The guy was sitting outside the finance. He was taking each and every invoice, scanning it and putting it. He said, we are doing digitizing. Fine, you're converting analog into digital. But digitalization means by nature it is digital. I'm not sending hard copy of invoice to you. I'm sending online. And online it is clear. It's digitalized. But transformation means not only your own function, all connected functions should also be transformed. If my procurement becomes digitalized, my finance has not become digitalized, so there's a gap. So transformation means we're talking of all connected systems. So that's the way it is. Here is another good thing which I thought I want to clarify those people who want to link whether they are procurement 1.0, procurement 2.0, procurement 3.0, procurement 4.0. Keeping in mind industry 4.0, industry revolution 4. MRP was my time when I started my career in 70s. Material requirement planning, then it came MRP 1, MRP 2. I worked on it. So I have a lovely, proud to say I worked on all of them. MRP was there. Then came ERPs. ERP came in India also around 2005, 2006, 2010. It came after that. ERP I will call as procurement 2.0. MRP means procurement 1.0. And those who have gone into e-procurement, electronic, end-to-end electronics, they are in procurement 3.0. Now you can answer me later on whether you are in procurement 3.0 or procurement 2.0. And last is procurement 4.0, where I'm becoming digital. Guys, my P2P I have converted into RPA. I've built AI to do these functions around. I'm not doing analytic myself. My AI comes and gives me the information. Then I make a decisions around. So that is procurement 4.2. So I will have one poll question on this. So when I say whether you are procurement 1, 2, 3, 4. So again, I'm reminding it, MRP, I'm sure is outdated now. I mean, we use it for production planning, certainly. Some companies still use it. Yes, production planning, and then they do procurement. They are procurement 1.0, procurement 2.0, e-procurement is procurement 3 and procurement 5. And time may come, procurement 5 also, but this shows you a wonderful idea where do you stand and what improvements you need to bring. In broadly sense, I would say procurement is still laggard in technology side. So you guys have to catch up. Now, these are the things of effect of technologies. One is demand analysis. I can do with technology like big data analytics. So demand planning, procurement strategy, I need big data. Supplier selection part, I need IoT. I need cloud, I need big data, I need advanced robotics. And offer evaluation, again, I need IoT, cloud, cybersecurity, and data. IoT again for negotiation part. My suppliers are sitting all over the world. IoT I need around. Supply agreements. Direct processing cost. When I come to purchase orders I can do through robotic process automation. Material transport, IoT is must. So now the blockchain is coming up around. So someday soon you will find the blockchain also taking over the profile. Supplier failures, recovery costs, this thing, that thing. So it gives you the list of technology which are required for different function of your procurement. So it's all about relating to procurement function. Well, guys, with this, I come to the poll as the icebreakers around. So if any points you want to share up before I come to this poll. Okay, guys, now which one? Naveen has come up, the next. Okay, I'm starting with after 1, 2, yeah. Okay, Rahul has said monopoly supplier tried to build a long-term relationship and tried to exploit in the long term. Very well said. Now, Binay has said, I have faced a shortage of diesels, receipt from PSU and private sector players. The prime reason is theft by this. I'm not able to tackle it. What is your advice? Oh, goodness. That is a tricky part around. The only then if I have to go back, there's a cost. I think somebody has replied already. A kind of a seal or lock is available, which are digitally operated. And if anybody touches it, I think Rahul, you have wonderfully answered it. I know, going into very high-tech areas around, which we use for international shipments. IoT is there, scanner is there around. So we get the information automatically when anybody touches it. I think you have answered it very well. We have a separate tools for S2C, source to contract, and P2P. Great, Praveen. Okay, guys, then let's move to the poll part. But then we'll have a last Q&A session. No issue. Okay, guys, let me try to summarize it. I think by now, most of you are given the feedback. So should we? Okay, guys, let me try to summarize what we've done. Which are the following approaches used for negotiation? 20% said traditional. Traditional means the way I was telling you, more like haggling guys. Can you cut down 5%? Can you cut down this without doing any planning, preparation, homework? Strategic means you do your homework and try to convince others and try to persuade others around. So second is the digitization. I think majority of you said 95% is different, very right. So two things are different. One, again, let me re-emphasize. Digitization is, one is digital, one is digitalization. Digitization means I'm converting analog into this, that's all. Other one is by nature, it is digital. If you are asked to rank your procurement maturity level, nobody is in one, so it looks like good. So procurement 2.0 is 45%, procurement 3, 50%. So I'm assuming those who are saying 3, they have e-procurement 2. Then procurement 4 is the one who had done that also, plus they are having digital technologies as part of it, which is 5%. I mean, number wise, it looks reasonable. So that's what, very good. But I will certainly love to know more in detail with you guys separately. Then we have what are the negotiation style around. And I was expecting actually 40% said logical. I'm sure those who have put logical, they all must be engineers. Then there are tough people, only 5%. Warm, looks like nobody's warm. Eh? Nobody wants to be friendly with the supplier. So there is no warm around, there is no tough. Keep in mind there is no right or wrong answer in this. You need all type of people depending on situation. Sometimes you need warm people, sometimes you need tough people, sometimes you need creative people, and sometimes deal makers. All are required. I'm not questioning that part. But I'm just trying to show what is the outcome coming around. Logical is the highest number. And that could be, I don't know your personal CV, but I can assume that you're all engineers. That's why 40% is coming.
Pranita says I'm not engineer.
But still logical. Huh?
Yeah, Pranita says yeah.
Okay, good. Now let me tell you in a simple answer. Have you negotiated with your spouse ever? Logic works? Logic is okay, but there are other parameters also when you negotiate. I remember one case, I can explain you a little bit. The negotiation started.
Set best negotiation.
Let me give you one. It's not a joke, it's a real situation. Negotiation started from morning 10 o'clock with one big company. I know the company, and the head of the procurement guy was there. It's a Bangalore company. And they were dealing with an Australian company. The whole, till lunch, nothing was moving. And during the lunch, these guys started talking around a personal level. And the guy who's the head of the procurement, he used to be the state champion of cricket in Karnataka. And the other guy was also a cricket player. And you know, the cricket is a religion of Indians and Australians, am I right? So the moment they started chatting on it, they become so close. And then after lunch, within 2 hours, negotiation was complete to the satisfaction of both. So sometimes it is not the logic alone, it's other parameters. So this is where I just want to touch on this. Again, I said to you, we have a small psychometric test. So 25 minutes, if anybody wants, contact Arun on this. Okay, the next one is your key KPI. Let's see, this one must be interesting. The biggest KPI, which I think you are, compliance is only 5%, supplier defect rate is 5%, looks like you don't have a defect. PO invoice is only 5%, rate of emergency purchase 0. Can I say 0 mean you don't stay back at all? At end of the day, you go home comfortably? Nobody calls you on the weekends? No emergency?
We wanted to have multiple selection option for serial number 5.
Okay, got your point. Okay, so this may not be ranking in the top.
Yeah.
Okay, good. But there are some companies who are all the time under firefighting. So this is where I thought some people, okay, never mind. Supplier lead time is 15%. So let's see which are the big parameters around. I think the biggest parameter is coming. The highest one, cost per invoice and invoice, nobody talked about it. Spend under management, So highest is coming the lead time, 15%. Anything?
Procurement ROI and benefits, 55.
Yes. That is the one highest one. You are right. 55% is RII and benefits. I am very happy that you looked as a finance guy. Sometimes I always say all supply chain people and procurement is part, they should behave like a CFO. Because sometimes they should wear the hat of a CFO. So whatever they do, are they making any saving? Are they covering their cost? So CFO thinking must be there in all the procurement people. Okay, guys, I think this completes our this. So before we go down to the next part, okay, we have the question answers. So before I close this, I want to ask again one or two people, Dr. Saroj, before I go to the question answers, and Muralidharan, or anyone else wants to say a few things, which you want to share with all the participants. Please go ahead, no issue.
Yeah, from my side, because I have a lack of industry working these days, but have done it prior, the digitization, the digitalization, I have not been able to see very much in many industries. So we got some percentages here, about 5 to 6% here. So that would be wonderful if those people who have included, who have ticked that, could explain a little bit how they are doing it, because they have moved into procurement 4.0 level. So we would like to understand from them how they are doing it end to end and how they are using apps. And we do use sometimes SMS and all that, but what are the other things they have been using? So that is one thing. Rest of the presentation was very informative, educative, and there were several questions which can be researched in SMEs, it can be researched individually as well as in large companies. So that is from my side, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Saroj Koul. Can we ask the guy who was given Procurement 4.0? I mean, their company's Procurement 4.0. I think it would be nice for everybody to hear from that guy. They want to give overview? Anyone who thinks that their procurement activity is Procurement 4.0? I could see some have answered Procurement 4.0.
Mr. Batra, Rahul this side. So yes. I would like to share few of the glimpses there. The initiatives we are working there, possibly I can say those are falling into the Procurement 4.0. So we are visualizing a concept of control tower using the smart tools like Power BI, connecting it with the cubes. And at the same time, the senior management can see and have an overview on how, we are performing on the addressable spend. And at the same time, we are connecting the to and fro communication recorded there on Power BI for 4PL logistic people, for freight forwarder. So, and many of the things we are automating, not only using the RPA, but the existing tool or mechanism like macros or cubes, which are getting refreshed from the different ERPs. So in totality, see optimization of the resources, and at the same time, our organization have multiple ERP tools, being a group organization of multiple companies. So there we are, finding out a common platform for all of the ERPs where we can, visualize a concept of the control tower. So those kind of initiatives we are working into, and wherever the possible or the best candidates are deploying the RPA or the automation, we are doing that.
Excellent. I think Rahul Malik, I think you said very correctly. The moment you said control tower, you basically 90% have agreed that you have the connections. You've connected all the links and you have a real-time data. Real-time means visibility part is there. Now, how you use it is the second question. I'm not getting into that, but you have the tools.
The only problem, Mr. Batra, which we are facing is the time. Sorry, Saroj. I am finishing. Just I am finishing.
Yeah, I would like to add here, in a control tower, how have you developed what if scenarios, which are very difficult still?
Yeah, it is very difficult. So I am coming on to the same point. So the aim is to reaching up to that level, but the level we have started from, where we have come across a problem in many of the group organization in different entities. We don't even see the purchase order for the most of the spend on the indirect side. So we have started for fixing those. Now we are trying to fix, I mean, no PO, no pay. Then as a second level stage, I mean, both of the things are working in parallel. So one side we are automating all those things which are already fixed. The second we are fixing, and at the same time bringing the automation. So all these initiatives are working together, and we are aiming it to complete in maybe 3 to 4 years. I am still saying 3 to 4 years is a long time. But I mean, from somewhere we have to start. So we are divided the portion in different ways, like wherever it is to be fixed, which is mature, which is very at initial stage. So that kind of concept we are following for different.
Okay. So what I understand in these what if scenarios, which is the middle part of the control tower, it is very important to look at vendors from alternative. You have to look at alternative suppliers, I would like to say. Then all your company, all your global, let's talk about global inventory. It has to match with the entire demand during that period. And same time, you have to collaborate with all your customers. So all the three things have to be aligned, and then only you can say you have visibility, analytics, and you are able to execute, and you are in procurement 4. So it is like that.
Miss Rose, you know what we have done, we have picked few of the categories, and since we are into the project execution, so the manufacturing part of it or the raw material part of it is not well considered. So we are trying to deploy it in the indirect side of the procurement, and then we will be, it's kind of pilot project, I can say, if it succeed or something. Then we will be deploying it entire across the all of the categories into direct procurement.
Thank you very much.
I think very well done. Now, Muridhan, you want to say something, or anyone else also? But Muridhan, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I think the session was very nice, Batra. I think a good discussion. I think what you mentioned, you covered most of them. What you mentioned is right, that digital transformation is still a kind of a buzzword in many companies. It is not taken seriously. But I think it is no more a buzzword now. It is a necessity now. Whether they are in 2.0 or 3, they got to take the baby steps of getting the whole link established, where we call this as a vendor portal or an S2P portal, and dealing with the ERP as much as possible, and have all these things done, I think, which we have done in our organization. And the next step is to see that the India government allows all the invoices to come in a digital format, making vendors to go for a digital signature. And I think if we can connect all this, and the second thing which is important is, we had a challenge is the change management as a large company, even in the small company which you mentioned, the finance and the operation. I think the change management, people have to align to this. Somewhere someone is not aligned, then it will break up. So I think that change management is a second thing. Third thing is the procurement skill, enhancement, which we went through this training. I think all of us have to understand that we are all doing great in negotiations and all that, fine. But the digital skill enhancement and the use of technology, I think that's going to be a game changer, especially for the youngsters who can pick up technology faster. They got to get into this very quickly, because that's going to play a big role in the enhancement of technology and use of technology, knowledge of technology. Because a lot of people in the earlier days, they will ask some EDP guy to take a printout of my spend. So somebody is there to help you. That's not going to be there anymore with everything moving in cloud. So I think this is what I would like to summarize. But it's a great thing, and some of the KPI what you brought up, a lot of companies have not done that fully. It's
I think excellent. I think one point you talked about the government of India. Let me again.
Thank you very much for everything.
No, I want to thank you for that also. But Government of India has already allowed e-invoicing now. A year back, approval has been done. So many companies have already started.
Yeah, right.
E-invoicing is part of it.
Yeah,
now.
the MCA published that.
Yeah. So now you can do from source to pay. The whole chain you can cover through electronically. Okay, guys. Anybody else?
That's true.
Anybody else?
Like we have done 70% today invoicing in digital form.
Okay, Wipro also 70%.
Yeah.
But some companies are still conservative. I don't know why. They're big companies, but the finance people, again, as you said, around the mindset of the finance people, they want to see each and every invoice. Okay, guys, anybody else wants to add up for the benefit of others, their own experience? Okay, if nothing else, then let me like to thank you all for your patient hearing. And now we'll be followed by Q&A session. So if anybody has any questions, and before Q&A, let me also tell you, after the Q&A, when we close, we are going to send you a certificate of participation to all, but then we have an assignment. And that assignment would be sent to all of you. Please, it's not much time consuming, hardly 1 hour, 2 hours. So if you can complete the assignment, send to us. So based on that, then we will give you successful completion certificate also on that. And we'll also send you the feedback form. Arun will send you. So with this, I'm now opening the floor for Q&A. My question, anyone can come. Yes.
Sir, I have one question regarding the best negotiation strategy for sole monopoly vendor, where we reach at a deadlock situation and we are unable to conclude, and vendor is dictating their terms because they have patented products. So it's a challenging situation to achieve a breakthrough for such negotiation.
Okay. The most difficult question. I know this question comes very oftenly, and normally it is said, guys, can you think of building another supplier? Can you recommend someone? I mean, this, whatever we do, let's be honest, we are not making rocket things around. We are getting common things. Somebody else is also doing it. I think maybe our knowledge of suppliers are limited. And we call monopoly, even for the chip, I know there's an Intel, but there are others also available now. Actually, I know 5-6 suppliers are now. But question is, sometimes we become so complacent. So you have to get out of that. Either you take a risk, or you have to give a bigger, dreamy picture to the supplier guys. We are going to work with you. We can do this. We can change the payment process around, but we want a good pricing. So it depends. Again, the relationship comes there. When it comes to monopoly, relationship counts a lot. You think of a company, which is again a real example I'm telling you, coming back to the chips around, the CEO of the company meets the CEO of the Intel on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, over a dinner. So that relationship keeps the things better. But if you're leaving it to the procurement people, it may not work all the time. So for monopoly, you have to escalate the relationship at a higher level. So different approaches around it. Okay, guys, anybody else?
So, Dr. Batra, Vinay this side.
Yes, Vinay.
Well, thanks a lot for the beautiful lecture today. Effortless delivery for 4 hours. I learned a lot. And just to add to the question that my predecessor had just asked, I will give the specific example of Microsoft. So we purchased Microsoft license once in 3 years, and
Okay.
I think there has not been an instance where the prices have not increased. So it's actually a real monopoly, and we are yet to see what alternative we can have.
I know it's tricky, but depends how many licenses you're buying. Are you buying from Microsoft directly? You're buying from a distributor, am I right?
We buy from Microsoft directly, and we have buy a lot of licenses. But even then, it's a very tough negotiation. In fact, there is no negotiation. It's kind of supplier having too much of power.
Anyone wants to answer this? Muralidharan, I know you must have gone through this much better, more than me.
So, Mr. Batra,
Yeah.
I have some of the clue regarding this. Actually,
Go ahead.
I come across with this problem. I would not say I have come across, but my team has come across. I have never dealt with the Microsoft licenses, though I have the understanding that they work on 3-year model and true up or maybe true down concept is there based on the number of increased license or something. So it's about the employee if they really are very dependent on using of these licenses or not, right? So one of my peer or my manager who worked with one of the organization, they took a very strong call. They took a call stating that we will be training our people slowly and gradually, and there will be a day my people will be trained. Maybe after 3 to 4 years, our relationship will be there in a situation where we may not be going for the Microsoft licenses. So that kind of leverage or a power, if you can demonstrate to them, that really works there. The license, volume of the license, one thing, and the another thing is, the baby step you may have to take from maybe, let's say you have finalized the contract for next 3 years. So in next 3 years, you have to build a foundation, a pay, where you can start training your people for the open sources, which are freely available in the market, and maybe working there on the, the software tool, which can, a compatibility tool kind of thing. Then only you will be in position to do that. Otherwise, the only, option with you is to make a better relationship with them and exploit it.
So that means the relationship is the key then.
Yes, relationship is key for these kind of supplier, be it the Microsoft, be it the Oracle. So these kind of, or be it the PTC software. So these are the supplier. If you have built a strong relationship, then it is going to give you the gain. I have seen it with my Red Hat I have dealt with. So I have used my relationship only to deal such kind of circumstances.
Well, I think I can again strengthen this point around. We were buying around 100,000 licenses around, and Microsoft never cared for it. Ultimately, we had to tell our Secretary General to talk to the Bill Gates, and we got 50% discount. So again, relationship is the key thing for such things. Yeah. Yes. Until you change the whole modality. So guys, okay, I'm not going to buy it. I buy a new system and I'll train my people. Okay, guys, anything else for money ones? I know it's a tricky answer, but very good. Okay, guys, if nothing, I know I don't want to come in between your lunchtime now. It's already getting 2:30, and we want to stay with the time zone what we've given you. We want to thank you again for your patient hearing, but this should not be the end of our relationship. You can write back to us, any question, anything. Please be in touch with us. Okay then, guys, take care.